tell them the start time of it. Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on dry age-related macular degeneration, or dry AMD. I'm here in the studio with Todd Durham, the Senior Vice President of Clinical and Outcomes Research with the Foundation for Fighting Blindness, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Todd, who will provide some opening remarks. Todd?
Thank you, James. Welcome, everyone, to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on dry age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. I'm Todd Durham, Senior Vice President, Clinical and Outcomes Research at the Foundation Fighting Blindness. Our mission is to fund and drive the research that will lead to preventions, treatments, and vision restoration for the degenerative retinal diseases, including dry AMD. In my role at the Foundation, I am in contact with people affected by dry AMD every day. The Foundation supports research on dry AMD, which, as you will hear, affects about 1 million people in the U.S. alone. Dry AMD is a progressive degenerative retinal disease which typically presents with symptoms like difficulty seeing in low light, blurry central vision, and distortions. Many living with dry AMD are severely affected, have lost the ability to read text, drive a car, and remain in their chosen line of work. Many individuals you will hear and see today experience great difficulty and frustration with virtual technology like we're using for this program. For those listening and learning today, I ask that you consider these stories and imagine what life is like with dry AMD and what a treatment might do to improve their lives. We hope and expect this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with dry AMD who urgently need safe and efficacious treatment options. Thank you to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for giving us permission to hold this meeting and for attending. We are incredibly grateful for this opportunity to share this community's experiences with you. Thank you also to our generous supporters who financially sponsored this meeting, including Apellis, Astellas, and Novartis. We are really pleased to have in attendance representatives from advocacy and professional organizations, drug companies, federal agencies, and universities from across the world. And to the people in the dry AMD community, those living with the condition, and your caregivers, this meeting is for you. We really want to hear from you. Please call or write in during the program and participate in the remote polling as well. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible. Understand that we will do our best to get to all your comments. Since this is a public meeting, we ask that you only use your first name, city, state, or country, and please refrain from sharing any other identifying information. One final important note. Among the topics for today, we will be discussing how individuals have treated or managed their dry AMD. The information shared today should not be interpreted as medical advice. We strongly encourage you to speak with your healthcare provider with questions about your current treatment. Let's get started. To begin today's meeting, I'm thrilled to introduce Ms. Tracy Gray. Ms. Gray is a patient engagement lead with the Center for Devices and Radiologic Health at the FDA. Ms. Gray will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Ms. Gray, over to you.
Thank you for that kind introduction and good morning. I'm very excited to participate in today's meeting. First, I'm happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. And thank you for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. Before I provide my opening remarks, I'd like to state that I am a full-time employee of the Food and Drug Administration, and I do not have any conflicts to disclose. I would also like to thank Todd Durham and the Foundation Fighting Blindness and all of the staff that were involved in planning this meeting. I know we have representation from industry, academia, and medical product development stakeholders participating online as well. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we're just one part of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those of you who also play an important role. Additionally, we have colleagues from various offices and centers from the FDA attending too. We share the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for dry, age-related macular degeneration. Sessions such as these provide an important opportunity for both the FDA as well as additional stakeholders, such as sponsors, to hear directly from patients and their families about symptoms that matter most to them, the impact the disease had on patients' daily lives, as well as the patient's experience with currently available treatments. We know when we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies and diagnostics that can help patients manage their condition. This involves integrating patient input into the medical product development and regulatory decision-making, from early development through the product lifecycle, including the post-market phase. There is a growing external interest in expanding efforts to gather patient input in support of medical product development and evaluation. So in 2015, we started welcoming patient organizations to identify and organize their own patient-focused collaborations in the form of externally led patient-focused drug development efforts. These externally led PFDDs, as I'll refer to them, meetings provide an opportunity to hear directly from patients, patient advocates, and caregivers about the symptoms that matter most to them, the impact the disease has on patients' daily lives, and patients' experiences with currently available treatments. During today's PFDD, we will learn from you about your experiences living with dry, age-related macular degeneration. Meetings such as this externally led patient-focused drug development meeting strengthens understanding of disease and treatment burden, what we call the therapeutic or clinical context. The patient input from meetings can support FDA staff as they conduct benefit risk assessments for products under review or advise medical product sponsors on their development programs. We also believe that patient input collected from these meetings can have value to the medical product development more broadly. For example, by helping to identify areas of unmet need, such as aspects of patients' condition that are not currently being addressed in current therapies. This input may help developers as they identify or create tools used to measure the benefit of potential therapies. The deliverable, a summary report from an externally led PFDD meeting, can be shared on FDA's website. You'll see the link here to this public website. FDA's role in helping to advance innovation of medical products that benefit patients with dry AMD is an opportunity to better integrate patient perspectives into the early stages of development of novel therapeutic and diagnostic approaches. Today's meeting will help us do just that. Thank you for being here today and for sharing your perspectives on your experiences with dry AMD. And now I'll turn it back over to the moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Emily Chu, who will be presenting a clinical overview of dry AMD to set the stage for the rest of today's meeting. Dr. Chu is Director of the Division of Epidemiology and Clinical Applications at the NIH's National Eye Institute. Dr. Chu, take it away.
Thank you for that nice introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you. I'm going to speak about age-related macular degeneration, specifically geographic atrophy. I'm from the National Eye Institute. I have no financial disclosures. Age-related macular degeneration, or AMD, is defined in many ways. I want to give you a definition and show you how we diagnose it as clinicians, and talk very specifically about geographic atrophy, or GA for short, the diagnosis and how we characterize it. And I want to show you what the perspective of patients with GA actually feel and see. I think we're all interested in the epidemiology of macular degeneration, and I'm going to end up with some of the genetics and associations with GA and macular degeneration. So with that, we'll start talking about the definition of age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. There are many different categories, and just clinically, we think about it as small, medium, large. So like early AMD, that's defined by these yellow drusen. These are yellow spots in the back of the eye. What I'm showing here are pictures of the fundus, or the color of the retina, which is slightly orange color. The red ones, or the red lines, are the blood vessels, and you see the little yellow spots. Those are the culprit called drusen. So the medium-sized drusen are those pointed in the early AMD photograph to the very left. In the middle is the intermediate large drusen, intermediate AMD, with large drusen being the hallmark of it. But it can go from like one small one to multiple large ones, as you see on the very far right, and a lot of pigmentary changes as well. So that's early AMD with medium-sized drusen, intermediate AMD with large drusen. And then when you get to the late disease, you have neovascular AMD, or wet form macular degeneration, which is really shown with lots of blood and scar tissue. And then we're talking about geographic atrophy, or GA, is really just a loss of the tissues. You actually see a well-demarcated area, essentially in that central picture. And right in the center is the macula. That's what we see best with. If it involves the macula, the fovea, it's called central GA. And if you look to the right of that, there's two more pictures showing that it's non-central GA. There's large drusen, but there's an area, there's a patch that's not involving the center of macula or the fovea. So it's not called non-central GA, and their vision is still pretty good. We image it by these color photographs, and then underneath this is a black and white photograph called fundus autofluorescence, and shows it in black. So that's the area of geographic atrophy. And here in color photograph, you see in both eyes are affected, and the area, you see the bright area of the blood vessels showing up is the geographic atrophy, and the drusen nearby. And here again, the same picture showing the black and white, that the geographic atrophy is very clearly demarcated by the black spots seen. And here in the left eye, to your right actually shows a central involvement, and that in the left eye was not so. I'm going to show you a picture of a patient I followed for over 10 years. And we're going to show you what happens over time. The drusen, or yellow spots, are in this area, and it gets larger, and then it disappears, and it grows elsewhere peripherally. But now that geographic atrophy is occurring, these areas are now getting much larger. A center part is still preserved. Believe it or not, this patient still has 20/20, but he has compromised vision because the 20/20 is a very small area, and the rest of it is not seen quite well. And with that, I want to show you that we have the color photographs and so-called fundus autofluorescence in the middle of in the middle image. And you see in the middle image, in addition to the black area, there are multiple little spots seen on black and white little dots there. That's another type of drusen we didn't talk about, but it's reticular pseudodrusen, which is important. I'm not going to really talk much more about that, other than there's really 3 different types of drusen that's important. We can actually measure the size of this lesion, and that's what we do on image C. This is a patient seen in the Japanese population, where we measured the actual area of the geographic atrophy. In this slide, you're going to see that we're using an optical coherence tomography to actually image the geographic atrophy, seen by the arrow here in the black. And that's the area that we're actually looking through. And you see the black area again and on the fundus autofluorescence. And here we have the OCT and the fundus autofluorescence of a patient over 3 years that grew. As you see, the black spot got larger and larger. That's a natural course of macular degeneration and geographic atrophy. So this is a multiple modal imaging of geographic atrophy. On the left up here is the fundus autofluorescence, showing the images of the black lesion. But when you do a fluorescein angiogram, where we actually inject dye into the arm, we take photographs rapidly of the eye. You see it lights up. This area is actually geographic atrophy on fluorescein angiogram. And on fluorescein, you see all these different other changes as well on the fellow eye. And you see that on the OCT, there are marked changes showing the area of geographic atrophy. So there are many ways of looking for geographic atrophy, or GA. This is a very special type of OCT called swept source that shows you the multiple areas of geographic atrophy that gives you a very fine picture. And again, OCT is really important because it gives you an idea of what's involved, and the smaller areas are also observed much quicker. So my My colleague, Dr. Tunan Keenan from the National Eye Institute, has described this in one of our papers, talking about how we describe this. There are certain definitions for this, but clearly geographic atrophy, or GA, is often seen in clinical exam with this color photographs and fundus autofluorescence. We measure it, and a certain size is considered to be geographic atrophy, partly because we want to be reproducible. If it's too small, we cannot really find exactly the same lesion again. And what's interesting about geographic atrophy is that we know the expansion or the growth of the lesion may really depend on a number of other factors. If you have geographic atrophy in both eyes and a number of eyes, 1 or 2, if it's got 2 eyes, it actually grows faster. So in other words, if it's affected in both eyes, the geographic atrophy lesions or GA lesions will actually get bigger a little faster. If they are what we call small, medium, large size, you can see with medium size, they tend to grow a little faster. This is a millimeter per year that it grows. So it's 35 versus 0.35 versus something like 0.28. These seem like small numbers, but it makes a big difference in terms of the eye. And if you have central involvement, it's going to grow a little bit less, not quite as fast, but if it's right in the center area, the growth is like 0.22 millimeters per year, but if it's center is not involved, it's going to grow faster. So all these areas have to be looked at and compared, and will predict what's going to happen in the future. We also can describe these lesions in different configurations, like a small, round, solid lesion, or a horseshoe type, or multifocal, multiple little lesions. And we know that these tend also to have different growth rates as well. But if it's multifocal, these small multiple lesions, they will actually grow a little faster than the other lesions. And genetics plays a part in this as well, too. These are 3 different variants of genetics. In other words, we have different markers in our blood and in our DNA, rather. In our DNA, there's one called ARMS2, which is in chromosome 10, C3, which is chromosome 1, and ApoE, which is something that we know which is related to Alzheimer's, but we can also see in macular degeneration, they're slightly different. So different variants and different aspects of this genetic predisposition can also increase your risk of progressing faster or slower. So genetics is important from that point of view. Now, you want to know what the patient actually sees, and this is the patient's perspective. This is a video to simulate what a patient with geographic atrophy might actually see. A normal patient, even a patient with macular degeneration that's got pretty good vision, will see really finely, and then we'll see the central scotoma, which is a loss of the central details, and over time that gets a little bit bigger, but you'll never lose vision completely because the peripheral vision is always there, and you can always be guided through that. So here are some of the presenting symptoms that patients see. There's flashes and floaters or driving difficulty. The blue is intermediate AMD, the ones I just showed you, patients with just large drusen. But if you have geographic atrophy, which is the red color, you see that there's more difficulties in reading. So the progression shows that the reading is much worse. People have more difficulty with driving, and they have more problems with difficulty in low luminance. If it's low light, it's very difficult for them to see, as well as they experience a lot of glare. Blur vision is probably quite comparable to intermediate AMD that are affected, and decreasing vision is definitely much more of a geographic atrophy. So this is sort of what people experience, and hopefully that will give you an idea of what a patient with GA may experience. So AMD accounts for more than half of blindness in the United States. It ranks 3rd in global cause of vision impairment. Globally, it's like 9% of all patients will have it. Well, this is going to be a big epidemic that's going to happen. In 2020, we had 196 million people around the world who was affected with macular degeneration. However, by 2040, it's going to increase to 288 million people. That's a huge number that we're talking about. And if we look across the world, these are studies looking at patients from the Framingham or Beaverdam, the American study. Rotterdam is from the Netherlands. Blue Mountains is from Australia. Uri is all over Europe. Beijing is, of course, China. Barbados. Isayama is from Japan, and India is from India. So routinely, you see the macular degeneration does affect people across the globe. And if you get to, with increasing late disease, you see that with increasing age, there's really an increasing percentage of people getting into late disease. And we look now at just the US population by itself, We can see that this is now by race. The national level is seen this dark blue color. And if you see the Hispanics are in this light dark sort of dotted a grayish blue color, and the blue is a non-Hispanic black. So you see that blacks actually have a lower rate of having a prevalent rate of macular degeneration than the white. And other races that include Asians and others, but you see the non-Hispanic and the white are really the highest rate of getting macular degeneration. And this is for early AMD, and this is now for late AMD. And again, that can persist. You can see that for Hispanics, it's a little bit lower for the late disease. However, for African Americans, it's in between. It's estimated 20 million individuals in the U.S. are living with AMD in 2019, and 18.34 million with early stage AMD, and 1.49, almost 1.5 million with late AMD. These are rather these are our estimates. We suspect they might be even higher than this, but this is the best estimates that we have. And again, we have early, late stage lower for non-Hispanic blacks than they are for the rest of the rest of the other races. So these are the projections of what's going to happen in the United States. 2010, we have all participants were about 2 million people had macular degeneration in general with AMD. And you can see the breakdown. The whites have the majority of the cases, black much less, and Hispanic fewer. And in 2030, this goes up from 2 million to 3.6, almost 3.7 million people will be affected. And in 2050, it'll be 5.4 million. So there's a steady increase of this. It's not because the prevalence is increasing, because people are living longer. There's more people who will be affected by this, not because the prevalence actually has gone down in some ways, and that makes sense. People are stopping smoking, which is a big risk factor, and their diets are a bit better. However, but when people are living longer, so the risk of macular degeneration is actually increasing. We were very fortunate in 2005 to have a really stunning finding of the genetics of macular degeneration, and this has really spawned on a huge number of research. And complement factor H was a genetic variant that was found to be very important. We reported this from one of our studies, and at the same time, 4 other groups found exactly the same. That's what you want to do. You want people to collaborate with exactly what you've got and cooperate and have the same findings. You can see that this was published in 2005. What it shows is that if you have this particular genetic finding, we have a 7-fold increased risk of having late AMD because of this complement factor H. And these are different markers for this disease. But this was, this was 2005. And in 2016, not only did we find one gene, there are now 52 independent variants with 34 genetic loci, and the majority of them are in chromosome 1 and chromosome 10. Well, this is the work of 26 different groups getting together. So the importance of collaboration, the importance of getting people together in a consortium is so important, getting all the data together. And we learn so much from this. And the genetics can help us a great deal going forward. So looking at the different genetics are involved, we can think of different ways that the disease might actually happen. And the complement pathway relates to the fact that it relates to how we deal with infections, immunology, and the complement has been very important in our study of macular degeneration. We got some new drugs recently you're going to hear about that really affect the complement pathway. And there are many genes that were involved, and there's 5 of them are in the particular AMD gene. Collagen pathways. Collagen is what you do to heal and for scar tissue to form. And again, that's important. Lipid pathway. We know that cholesterol is important for heart disease, but it has a very unique role in macular degeneration. And we believe that the lipids locally in the eye can cause some changes. And that's why the lipid pathway may be also important. These are just little examples of what the genetics can tell us. And this gives you some idea of where we're at. These are very specific genes that are related to late types of macular degeneration, ARMS2 or HRTA1, which is related to chromosome 10, CETP, which is related to again, lipids, MMP9, again, is something that we're related to the actual fibrosis and probably scarring tissue, and TIMP3 has been very important in looking at neovascular AMD or wet form of AMD. So very specifically, we can look at the genetics and how they form our information about macular degeneration. And with that, I'd like to thank the ARIDS investigators who have been crucial in getting all the data for us to work on, and our ARIDS 1 and ARIDS 2 patients. This was an age-related eye disease study, which much of my data comes from. We followed about 8,000 patients over a period of 10 years, and the investigators have been extremely helpful to us. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me. I'm looking forward to hearing the panel discussion. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me at my email address, echu@nei.nih.gov. And with that, I'll turn this back to the studio. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much to Ms. Gray and Dr. Chu. And now I'd like to welcome our meeting moderator for today, James Valentine. James has worked the last 15 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 85 externally led PFDD meetings. So we are in good hands with James. And now over to you, James.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Todd. And it's such a pleasure to be here with the dry AMD community this morning. And I'm really looking forward to getting to have conversations with so many of you in our audience today. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with dry AMD and their spouses and other direct caregivers. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you just heard from FDA's Ms. Gray, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of dry AMD to inform drug development and review. Today is a really unique opportunity for this community, given that it's one of the less than 100 externally led PFDD meetings held to date, yet there are many tens of thousands of known diseases. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking you and how today's meeting will be organized. So the overall meeting is organized into 2 sessions. In our first session, which will be this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience living with dry AMD, including the top symptoms and health effects, and how the condition impacts your daily lives. In our second session, which will be this afternoon, we'll bring everybody back together to explore your experiences with treatments and disease management strategies, as well as to seek your input on what represents your top treatment goals for new drugs. What will these 2 discussions look like? Well, we'll be hearing from this community in a few different ways. First, for each of our topics, we'll first hear from a panel of people living with dry AMD and their caregivers. These individuals will share their stories to help set a good foundation for the discussion. They are selected to help reflect a range of experiences with dry AMD, but we know a single panel of individuals can't represent the full range of experiences, which is why right after those panels, we'll be broadening the discussion to all of you in our audience, our people living with dry AMD and their caregivers. We'll be asking you to volunteer and share your experiences building on what we heard from the panel. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to join the discussion. You can have your voice heard in one of 2 ways. The best way is to share your experiences, your story, by calling in. And I'll be reading out that phone number later in the program when we get to that point in time. You'll also be able to submit written comments. There's a comment form below the player on the webpage you're following along today. And at any point, you can submit written comments, and we'll also be reading out those comments throughout today's session. The final way that we'll be asking you to participate is through the use of polling questions. The goal of our polling questions is to broaden our input to all of our patients and caregivers in the audience. And we'll be asking patients and caregivers to, use their either phones, web browser on your phone or laptop or tablet. And it can even be on the same device if you'd like. It can be on a separate device as well. We understand that use of polling technology might be difficult for many of you to access as a result of your vision impairment. And so if you have a loved one nearby, they may be able to assist you in this process. So at this point, we want to go ahead and get everyone into the polling system. So that way you'll be able to stay on it throughout the entire day. So if you want to go ahead and pull out a tablet or phone, or if you're following along on your computer, you can also open a new browser tab on your computer. And if you can go ahead and type in www.pollev.com/DRYAMD. Again, you can feel free to go there now. That's www.pollev.com/dryAMD. And we'll be getting to polling very soon. These polling questions will help broaden, again, the discussion to everyone in the audience, and will also just help us kick off into the discussions that we'll be having. I also want to mention that you'll have the opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. So whether you leave today's meeting and you think of something else that you hadn't thought of during the course of the meeting to share, or maybe you're watching this on demand after the live meeting, know that for an additional 30 days, we'll be seeking your input, and all of today's input plus any of that additional written input will be summarized in a summary report that's called the Voice of the Patient Report, which will be provided to the FDA as well as made available for researchers and drug developers. One last thing before we get into our first set of polling questions, I want to cover a few ground rules for today. So for today, we're encouraging people living with dry AMD and their spouses and other direct caregivers to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you can do so by participating in polling, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. The discussion today is limited to patients and family members and direct caregivers with dry AMD. Our other colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, and clinicians, we welcome you, and they are here to listen. Finally, views today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times, so respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, we ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions. This is a set of questions to help us get a sense of who is in our audience today. So again, at this point in time, and if you need someone to assist you, you can do so now. If you can go to www.pollev.com/DRYAMD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/dryAMD. Once you get this up, these polling questions up, you'll be able to participate in them throughout the entire day. Every time we go to a new question, it will automatically appear on this page, so you can just leave this up to follow along. And we'll be reading out each of these questions and responses. If you're not able to use the polling technology, that's okay. We'll be reading these out live with you today. The most important thing is really the discussion that will follow. And so, we'll be encouraging you to call in, and if you'd like, write in to share your experiences. So our first question for you this morning is, we'd like to know where you currently reside. The options here are the A, U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain time zone, C, U.S. Central time zone, D, U.S. Eastern time zone, E, U.S. Alaska or Hawaii time zones, F, elsewhere in North America, G, Europe, or H, some other country or region that's not listed here. All you need to do is click to make your selection. There's no submission button that you need to hit. So once you make your selection, or on other questions, maybe there will be somewhere you can make more than one selection. Just go ahead and click any that apply to you, and we'll automatically see those responses come in. So it looks like many of you have been able to get into the system. We'll give you a few more moments here to make sure you can log your response. As it stands, and is often the case when meetings start in the mornings in Eastern time zone. We're seeing just under half of our audience here today participating from the US in the Eastern time zone. But I'm very glad to see that we have representation across all of the major US time zones here, as well as some of you who are from outside of the US but are in North America. This meeting is not limited to participants in the United States, so for everyone outside of the US, we encourage you to not only do these polling questions, but feel free to call in and write in as well. We go to our next polling question. So here, our second question, which is, are you or your loved one with dry AMD? So this is, if you're living with dry AMD, answer for yourself. If you're a caregiver, you're answering on behalf of the person with dry AMD. The options are A, male, B, female, C, non-binary, D, other, or E, if you prefer not to identify. So the person living with dry AMD, are they male, female, non-binary, other, or prefer not to identify? I know these aren't the most riveting questions to start off, but we do want to give everyone time to make sure that they're able to access the questions and get in their responses before we move on. So as it stands, while final results are coming in here, it looks like the majority of our audience of people living with dry AMD are female, although we're seeing about 15%, and that ticking up a little bit here, are male. And we see about a similar number of people preferring not to identify. If we go to our third polling question. Here we ask, how old are you if you're living with dry AMD? Or if you're a caregiver, how old is your loved one with dry AMD? The options are A, between 19 and 30 years of age, B, between 31 and 50 years of age, C, between 51 and 60 years of age, D, 61 to 70 years of age, E, 71 to 80 years of age, or F, 81 years of age or older. So this is the age of you if living with dry AMD or your loved one who's living with dry AMD.
Yeah, and so far this looks like what we would expect from Dr. Chu's presentation, where the prevalence increases with age.
Yes. We see the numbers bouncing around here, but as Todd was pointing out, the majority of participants, especially if you kind of look at that 61 and older the age ranges, we see representation, in a smaller proportion in the 50 to 61 year age, but no one currently reporting that they are living with dry AMD or their loved one is between ages of 19 and 50. We go to our next polling question. So here, the response options will be familiar, but the question is a little different. Here we want to know, how old were you or your loved one when they were diagnosed with dry AMD? And so again, the options are A, between 19 and 30 years of age, B, between 31 and 50 years of age, C, between 51 and 60 years of age, D, between 61 and 70 years of age, E, between 71 and 80 years of age, or F, if you or your loved one were diagnosed at 81 years of age or older. I'll give everyone a few more moments here to get responses in. I think what's initially and automatically apparent here is that shift younger, and we're seeing that while even we saw in the clinical overview presentation that even early dry AMD spikes in later years of life, we are seeing that shift earlier here with people in our audience. While they're currently at those age ranges of 61 and older primarily, we're seeing the age of diagnosis much earlier than current age, which I think would be expected. But we are seeing a good representation across all age ranges, with the greatest proportion, about a third of the audience, having been diagnosed in that 51 to 60 year age range, the 61 to 70 being about a quarter, but then seeing representation across all age ranges except for those of 81 years or older. We have a final polling question here, again, to get a sense of our audience and who we have here today. So here our question is, what describes your or your loved one's current condition? The options are A, dry AMD in one eye with the other eye being unaffected. B, dry AMD in one eye with wet AMD in the other. C, dry AMD in both eyes. Or D, something else that best describes your experience with dry AMD. So again, here we'll give you a few more moments to let us know what best describes you or your loved one's current condition with dry AMD. Well, we're seeing numbers fluctuate a bit. It's looking like the greatest representation is with dry AMD in both eyes, and with after that being dry AMD in one with wet AMD in the other. No one currently reporting that they have dry AMD in one eye with the other unaffected. Okay, well, I want to thank you all for participating in those polling questions. Again, we understand that some of you may not have been able to access that polling technology. When we get into our discussion a little bit later, we'll encourage you to share your background with dry AMD as part of telling your experience and your story. So now we get into our first topic of the day, which is going to help us understand what it is to live with dry AMD, with a focus on helping us understand the symptoms and daily impacts of this condition. On the screen, there's a number of questions that we'll be exploring with you in this morning's session. What we'd like to know is, of all the symptoms and health effects of dry AMD, which 1 to 3 symptoms have the most significant impact on you or your loved one's life? We also want to know, how does dry AMD affect you or your loved one on best days and on worst days, knowing that some of these symptoms and impacts might vary a bit from day to day. We'd like to understand the range of your experience with dry AMD. We also would like to hear how your or your loved one's symptoms have changed over time, whether that's week to week, month to month, or even over the course of years. And as your symptoms have changed, how has your ability to cope with the symptoms changed over time? We'd like to know, are there specific activities that are important to you or your loved one that you cannot do either at all or as fully as you would like because of dry AMD, whether that's specific to a single symptom or aspect of your vision loss, or is related to multiple of those. We'd like to understand what that actually translates to and means in terms of your daily life. And finally, we know that while so much of what you've experienced with dry AMD, we'll be hearing about both in the past and what you're currently going through, we also know that people with dry AMD have to think and worry about their futures of living with this condition. And so we do also want to know, as part of this morning session, what do you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older? What worries you the most about your or your loved one's condition? So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to introduce a panel, some of your peers from the dry AMD community. We have Rosanna, Sean, Gail, Tom, and Ken. Rosanna, why don't you kick things off?
Hi, I'm Rosanna, and I was diagnosed with dry AMD 16 years ago. During a regular visit to the optometrist, I was given a chart and advised that if lines start to curve, I should run and get help. I knew I had some floaters, but since nobody in my family has vision problems, I thought I would be fine. I am a helicopter pilot, have a degree in art history, and would travel the world to see a good exhibition. Always loved outdoors and adventures. Unfortunately, the floaters got bigger and what I call psychedelic experience took over. Lights start to flash inside my eyes and distortions become to happen. I need contrast. No more flying helicopters nor playing tennis. I had no one to compare or nothing else to do but taking vitamins and eating all the blueberries I could. I was wearing a binocular glasses and started feeling insecure. Movies and nightlife were left behind because of the darkness. 5 years ago, I woke up to find my best eye was bleeding, and in the space of a week, I was legally blind. Injections in the eye stopped the bleeding, but they are traumatic. And the ghost of, it will happen to my other eye, was there to stay. I can't read a book, I can't see a painting, and travel is difficult. I lost depth perception, color perception, and start to have accidents, cutting a finger, falling from stairs, breaking a toe. One day at the beach, I stepped over a boy's castle. His father got really mad, thinking I was a bully. I was so broken I went to therapy and decided it was time to use a white cane, and accepted that now I am slower. I learned that asking for help is not a reason to be ashamed, and I can keep surfing in the white waters together with all the kids. My dear husband challenges me and keeps me going. My friends take me for trips, bicycle rides, and drive me everywhere. I met a friend with the same problem, so we share experiences like how to put toothpaste on a toothbrush, or how to know what's on my plate when dining out. I eat with my hands. I count steps, bags, luggage, everything. I hate to put something in my purse and learn that I dropped it. Every day reality comes and slaps me in the face. I can't take anything for granted. Once my flight was delayed and the airport was hit by a storm. Everybody runs to get their hotel rooms or flight changes, and I find myself not knowing where to go or how to get help. I had to sleep at the airport, where the person pushing my wheelchair left me. On the bright side, I see things that are not there, a way that brain processes the loss. So my world is more beautiful than yours, because I see the ocean where it is just a blue fence. But I want more. Why can't I have a disabled placard so I don't have to walk the parking lot with no sidewalks surrounded by other cars? Why it is so difficult to fill in an online form or pay a bill? When I look behind, I see a journey of loss. My vision is now so deformed that I live in a curvy world where the colors confuse me and shopping is no longer fun. The flashes are so intense that I dream about them. I don't think about the future, but I have hope in cars that drive themselves, microchips that read for me, see for me, understand for me. If I can have a wish, I would love to see my face again. How do I look at 61? And if something can be done, I would like to get rid of these flashes. I remember who I am, not a victim, but a fighter. I will gladly accept your compassion, but not your pity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Tier, and I'm from Duxbury, Massachusetts. I was diagnosed with dry age-related macular degeneration about 8 years ago during an optometry appointment to get my first pair of glasses. I was in my mid-40s, and I had never heard of the condition. I had scheduled an appointment for middle of the workday, and had my wife join me since I wanted her help picking out the glasses, because she was going to have to look at them all the time, and I didn't really care what they looked like. But never in my wildest dreams did I think I would also be getting a diagnosis for a condition that, barring a treatment that is yet to be developed, will lead to blindness. Now, a few minutes into the exam, the optometrist asked me if I spent a lot of time in the sun. And I said that I didn't think that I spent any more time than a typically active person. I mean, I loved the outdoors. I had sort of grown up on the water and skiing, but didn't think it was anything excessive. But she told me that a lot of sun damage and she wanted to run more tests. So I went out in the waiting room, told my wife that, we luckily had taken separate cars. She could run home, finish up the test. And I kind of rolled my eyes saying, oh, she says I have sun damage, whatever. This will be done soon and I'll be home soon with my glasses. So I went back in, and after the optometrist did additional tests, she told me that I had macular degeneration, and she explained what that meant. I was stunned. I never thought that going blind was something I would have to worry about. I didn't have any symptoms. The need for glasses was just due to normal aging. So I called my wife immediately, and she had never heard of it either. And we did exactly what you shouldn't do. We went on the internet, and of course, then we got really worried. And at first, frankly, it was terrifying. So the optometrist scheduled a follow-up visit or recommended I schedule a follow-up visit with an ophthalmologist. I did that, and quite frankly, it was a terrible visit. The doctor had a terrible bedside manner, confirmed the diagnosis, actually found it in both eyes, but gave me no hope that I could really do anything to slow down the progression, and basically left it up to me as to whether I wanted to have a follow-up visit the next year. So that was really tough to hear, and I definitely wanted more advice, expertise, and really support. Because AMD hasn't impacted my vision yet, in some ways my diagnosis seems like something ambiguous and hopefully the distant future. That said, it's something that's always on my mind, and I do just about everything, or at least try to do everything I can to delay the progression of the disease. I wear my sunglasses, I take my REDS vitamins twice daily, try to eat a healthy diet, and exercise regularly. But I have to admit, when I struggle to read something, even though I know it's not due to my AMD, I think about my diagnosis and when my vision loss will be due to AMD. Now, the possible loss of independence is what scares me the most. I don't want to be a burden on my family and friends. I want to lead an active lifestyle for as long as possible. I want to continue to do the activities that bring me so much joy, from skiing to sailing to playing squash. I worry that I'm going to be a burden. I was diagnosed almost 10 years ago, and over time, I've come to accept the diagnosis as much as one can. It's absolutely transformed my outlook and fostered tremendous gratitude for the fact that, at least as of today, I still have my vision. I have tremendous empathy for those going through this. It's unbelievable to me that I had never met a blind person really before I got involved with the Foundation Fighting Blindness. And I felt terrible about that. It just made me think about how lonely and isolating this condition must be, just blindness in general. And, I think it's the isolation really more than the loss of independence that scares me the most. It's terrifying. And I honestly try not to think about that too much. But it pops in my head from time to time. Just the other day, so one of my favorite hobbies is reading. And I was browsing in a bookstore just last week, and I just suddenly thought to myself, what am I going to do when I go blind? I won't have moments like this anymore. Finally, I work in healthcare, and I've seen miracles that happen. I believe in science and our ability to find effective and safe treatments, but I also know how hard it is. My hope is just that a medical breakthrough is on the near horizon for me and all those who suffer from retinal disease.
My name is Gail. I'm 73 and have advanced dry AMD in one eye and wet in the other. Both eyes have lost central vision to geographic atrophy. I was diagnosed just before I turned 60, but the full impact has come with the onset of geographic atrophy in the last 6 years or so. As AMD runs in my family, the diagnosis was not a shock. What has been shocking is the toll the disease has taken on my life and my sense of myself. The past decade has required adjustment after adjustment to new realities, new limits, and a much smaller life. Everyone talks about loss of independence with vision loss, but that category contains multitudes. It has made me feel trapped, weak, elderly, and fearful. Loss of independence means restricted movement, not just driving and other kinds of travel, but finding my way around an office building, reading a street sign, or identifying an address. Loss of vision equals loss of balance. So stepping off a curb or descending stairs becomes a problem. Step ladders are dangerous if you've lost balance. So the laundry room in my basement remained dark for 3 months because I couldn't change the ceiling light bulb. Any problem with technology, from the TV remote to the computer to the phone, becomes twice as hard because reading instructions, messages, and menus, or identifying buttons is laborious, if not impossible. All of this mundane stuff requires help, and I live alone. Maybe the most painful loss of independence is my precious solo vacations in northern Michigan. I have no way to get up there now. As the perimeter of my life narrows, I worry about my increasing solitariness. I've come to avoid meetings and social engagements because transportation is hard, or because I'm wary of being out at night when it's so easy to lose my footing, or because when I get there, I won't recognize people. Loss of central vision equals loss of faces. And that applies to TV and movies too. I never feel more disabled than in a room full of people I should know. I often decide that whatever the event has to offer is not worth the anxiety and stress, and I stay home. I work at keeping up connections because I know that withdrawal isn't a healthy way to go. I'm now paying to have things done for me that I used to do for myself, like having groceries delivered. This has been one of the many considerable financial costs of AMD. I'm very aware of the privilege that entitles me to meet those costs and of the millions of people who can't. Is this depressing? Well, depression and anxiety have taken up a lot of space in my head since my diagnosis. I've passed through periods of despair and loneliness, full of fear for my future and grief for what I've lost. I regularly fight the feeling that a life worth living is over for me. Struggling for mental health is part of my new normal. Finally, how can I explain what it means to a professional writer who was a teacher of literature for 4 decades to pick up a book and be unable to read it? All the ebooks and audiobooks in the world, precious as they are, won't compensate. I continue to write on screen, no longer on paper, but I write and rewrite much more slowly and laboriously. When I allow myself self-pity, and I do, it seems a brutal irony that the power of the written word, which I've lived by for 7 decades, is the one I'm losing. I've had to revise my sense of who I am pretty radically. I got much older very quickly. I had to accept and understand myself as a disabled person, which takes humility and courage. Praying to hang on to what usable vision I have, I aim myself in that direction and keep moving.
My name is Tom Collins. I am 74 years old and live in Charlotte, North Carolina. I have a rheumatoid arthritic condition called ankylosing spondylitis. The side effect of this is iritis in one or both eyes that was controlled until 2019 when it became chronic due to my age. I use steroid drops to control the iritis and pressure drops to counter the increased eye pressure. About 2016, I was diagnosed with age-related retinoschisis and referred to a retinal specialist. He followed me on a yearly basis along with my ophthalmologist. The first time I heard the term drusen was during a regular exam in 2018 with my ophthalmologist when he noted some areas of deposits. He discussed this finding with me, telling me that it was age-related. In 2020, I had an issue with my left eye, but could not get in to see my regular ophthalmologist, but saw another doctor in that practice. He diagnosed an increase in pressure and prescribed an additional pressure drop. He also recommended I see a retinal specialist immediately about the drusen deposits he observed. I went to my retinal doctor where I learned I did have dry AMD in both eyes and that he had been following it for several years. There was nothing to be done except continue to follow a good diet and use the Amsler grid. The next year, I had to get a new retinal specialist. The new doctor put me on AREDS 2 and prescribed a no-tell Vision 4C home device to help catch an early change to wet AMD. In 2022, the 4C home device alerted on my right eye. That revealed a wrinkle in my retina. I had to stop using the device on my right eye. Then in early 2023, I had to stop using the 4C home device completely because they could no longer establish a baseline for my left eye. This left me only using the Amsler grid. Up until this point, my vision was not adversely impacted by the dry AMD. I had some minor issues in the right eye in the area of the wrinkle in my retina. My vision acuity in the right eye went from 2025 to 2050 in early 2023, requiring me to begin wearing glasses again. As I have gotten older, I have more incidences of floaters and some flashes. What I have noticed in my vision is where there are drusen deposits, I am perceiving an irregular grayish area that is translucent. This is making reading more difficult at times. I especially find it more difficult to search on the internet. The reading is more difficult early in the morning and improves as the day goes on. I've had some days where reading was quite difficult. I have experienced some days where the reading is almost normal and easy again. In September of 2023, I woke to the asymmetrical black blob in my right eye. My retina specialist saw me on an emergency basis and confirmed it was wet AMD. He started me on monthly shots in that eye. I am responding favorably to treatment. The black blob has begun to clear and become grayish and translucent, but still distorts my vision in that area. As I grow older and try to deal with reading becoming more difficult, I am increasingly concerned for my ability to remain independent. My late wife had retinitis pigmentosa. When I first met her, she could no longer drive at night. Over our life together, I watched her give up driving completely, lose the ability to read a book, or watch a movie, or write a check. We enjoyed live entertainment such as the symphony and plays, but now I find it more difficult at night, especially rainy nights, to attend by myself. We also enjoyed traveling, and now that I am retired, independent travel is becoming more difficult by myself. In order to go out to a restaurant now with friends, I first review the menu online to decide ahead what to order. It is becoming more difficult for me to know I can attend my granddaughter's school recitals and other events at night. Going to family events out of town for the day becomes more difficult as I don't want to drive at night or in bad weather.
Symptoms and impacts to daily lives of having the eye disease, dry macular degeneration. Hi, my name is Ken and I am 73 years old and have been diagnosed with dry macular degeneration since the age of 50. One of the most significant impacts that this disease has had on my life is my inability to drive a vehicle. I have always been a very independent individual. Having a highly technical background, I am very accustomed to performing various repairs around my house, as well as helping many of my neighbors. The loss of my independence by not being able to come and go as I need to do and exercising my abilities to repair things and perform normal daily duties as a father and as a husband has become very challenging as the result of AMD. I am now currently unable to perform any type of reading or facial recognition, and it has become increasingly difficult to even watch television. All my media devices have become audible so that I can still continue to perform some of my daily functions. My ability to keep track of medical records, bank accounts, and even shopping lists have become a difficult task. My ability to perform simple tasks such as going to the grocery store have become increasingly difficult. I now rely on municipal transportation as much as possible. However, the burden on my family has increased due to the lack of my vision. I now rely on my wife and daughter to perform functions such as opening the mail, reading important documents, and even setting the dial on the washing machine so that I can perform daily household chores. Lack of my ability to see clearly has also impacted my ability to perform recreational activities such as biking, hiking, and even having a catch with a grandchild. I no longer wish to go shopping for obvious reasons, those being my inability to even find the aisle where a product may be located and then not having the ability to locate a particular product. When certain shopping requirements are still required, I totally rely on my wife to read the labels to me to ensure that we are purchasing the correct product and or merchandise. Of course, the lack of vision also inhibits my ability to pay for the items using the new credit card machines, which are all different as far as how you insert and or tap your credit card to process the purchase and or the transaction. In retrospect, I now realize that when I was in my late 20s, I was diagnosed with color deficiency, which could have been the onset of dry macular degeneration. However, I didn't have 20/20 vision until about the age of 35, at which time an ophthalmologist prescribed reading glasses for me. As I have previously mentioned, my ophthalmologist then referred me to a retina specialist at the age of 50 when he suspected that there may be more serious problems with my eyes. I went to my retina specialist and was initially diagnosed with dry macular degeneration in the right eye, which later led to a diagnosis of dry macular degeneration in both eyes. Fortunately, with dry macular degeneration affecting primarily the central vision, I still do have at this time good peripheral vision, which allows me to take a daily walk around my neighborhood without running into parked cars and or trash cans. I am still very happy to be able to perform this walk. However, I do miss my cycling as well as my ability to play games with my children. A good day for me would be one in which I am able to turn on the television with the use of the audible Fire Stick and or cut my lawn without any injuries. A bad day would be knowing that I need to have a doctor's appointment and or dental appointment or attend a meeting, and I am having trouble with transportation in attending such an event. Text field. Body. I have always been a very independent person and have not relied on others to help me perform daily chores. As my wife continues to get older as well, I am sure her medical needs will increase, and I am not sure how much of a help I can be to her as well as myself. As my current condition continues to get worse with time, my biggest fear will be my ability to perform the most common daily functions that I am still able to do today.
Thank you, Ken, and to all of our panelists for being so willing to share your experiences with dry AMD and really being so brave to be the first to share with us today, the personal impacts it's had in your lives. So now it's our first opportunity today to broaden the discussion to all of you that are with us live here, all of our people living with dry AMD and their caregivers, to bring you into the conversation. If you'd like to share with us some of the symptoms and impacts of dry AMD, we encourage you to call in. You can actually do so now by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number, I'll repeat it a couple more times here, is 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. If you call in, you'll talk to our operator and we'll be able to get you in the queue. Don't worry, you won't miss the program. You'll actually be able to listen to it while you're on hold, and then we'll be able to bring you into the conversation and discussion. At this point, we'd like to start off with a couple of polling questions. So if you were with us before, you can just open up that same web page that you had, If you've joined us, if you're a person living with dry AMD or a caregiver, you're invited to participate in polling. You can do so on a tablet or a cell phone, or you can also do it on your computer in a new web tab in your browser. And that polling URL is www.pollev.com/DRYAMD. Again, www.pollev.com/dry-AMD. You can keep this up throughout the entire session. And every time we go to a new question, it will automatically appear. All you need to do is click the different responses that are apply to you. There is no need to hit a submit button. And again, we understand that not everyone may be able to access the polling technology, but as I read these, I encourage you to think about these different issues, and we again encourage you to call in and write in to share your experiences. So our first question of this session is we'd like to know which of these dry AMD related health concerns have you ever had, or if you're a caregiver, your loved one that they've had, and you can select all that apply. The options are A, difficulty seeing in low light, B, straight lines appear wavy or crooked, C, blurry central vision, D, colors are not as bright as they once were, E, severe vision loss, F, anxiety or depression, or G, some other dry AMD related health concern that you or your loved ones had that's not otherwise represented in the other response options. I will point out this is our first question today where the audience can select more than one option. So the percentages that are being displayed are not a percentage of people who have selected an individual option. That's a percentage of total responses. So I encourage you to think of the bars as kind of a relative ranking, based off of their size.
Yeah, we see here as the results are coming in, one of the most common symptoms, especially initially, is difficulty seeing in low light. So we're seeing that reflected here in this early poll.
Yes, we're seeing that as the most experienced. So that being one of the earlier things, so maybe one of the things that most people, even those with early dry AMD, have already experienced. We see after that the blurry central vision reported as a top symptom, colors not being as bright, but we're seeing a good representation across all of these, and not just the direct vision-related issues, but also anxiety or depression. We understand that this is not, there's more impacts of the disease just beyond the physical impacts, and so we absolutely want to explore that today. And then we're seeing quite a few others, so we'd love to hear from folks about what those other impacts have been. We'll do one more polling question. So thinking about these same different dry AMD related health concerns, here we want you to select the top 3 that are the most troublesome to you or your loved one. The options again are A, difficulty in seeing in low light, B, straight lines appear wavy or crooked, C, blurry central vision, D, colors are not as bright as they once were, E, severe vision loss, F, anxiety or depression, or G, some other dry AMD related health concerns that's in your or your loved one's top 3 most troublesome. So again, you can select up to 3 of these options to let us know. And as you're making these selections, I'd like you to think about why you're picking these. We know there's so many different aspects of living with dry AMD. What came to your mind as you were making your selections?
Yeah, I'll look forward to hearing from the panelists on this question in particular. At least in the research, the blurry central vision is well recognized to be interfering with their activities of daily living.
And we know every person's experience will be a little different, even with the same symptoms or health effects. And so, we'd like to hear your individual, experiences and impacts. So it looks like here, difficulty seeing low light is the top most troublesome symptom being reported, followed by that blurry central vision, and after that, severe vision loss. We do see everything here except for the colors not being as bright being reported in some number of people's top 3. So whether you're in kind of picked some of those that are more common in people's top 3s, but even if you're someone who selected straight lines appear wavy or crooked, we'd love to hear from you about what that looks like for, or feels like for you all as part of your experience with dry AMD. So thank you for participating in polling. Again, you can keep this web page up as we go to additional polling questions later in the program. They will automatically appear when we get to that. So I'd like to if anyone would like to speak to these types of issues, again, encourage our audience to feel free to call in. You can call in to share your experiences with those different symptoms and health effects by dialing in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. I'd like to now get us jump into the discussion a little bit more and hear some of those experiences and welcome our Zoom panel here today. Some of your peers from the dry AMD community who will be bringing into the discussion throughout the program. So Susie, maybe we can start with you as we here are starting to explore that range of different symptoms, health effects, impacts of dry AMD. What stood out to you as maybe the top one or two things that are most troublesome?
Well, I'm Susie, and I'm a physical therapist and a consultant to universities that sponsor physical therapy education. And I travel a bit, and the low light condition consistent with your poll is a big issue for me. It impairs safe going downstairs sometimes. Sometimes hotel rooms don't have good lighting for reading unless it's a lighted screen. Sometimes meeting rooms are difficult. And I just do two things. One is I travel with a portable light, and it's really nifty response. And the other thing is I've learned to ask for help. As one of my colleagues said, well, you could ask for help to get directions or make sure you're seeing correctly. And otherwise, that is the major issue facing me at this time. And it affects driving some, but only in awful rain or conditions where the streetlights are out. But that's been a noticeable difference for me.
Sure. So on kind of with your experience with difficulty seeing in low light settings, was that also one of the first things that you experienced? How long ago did you first notice having those difficulties?
Oh, I would say more than 10 years ago, I would have noticed it. And I have some other things going on in my eyes, but for example, dry eye condition makes those things worse.
Yeah.
But I would say that over time, I've noticed it. I don't know that it's worse, but I think I'm more aware. And as one gets older, the fear of falling down the stairs when you can't see the bottom stair as distinct from the next upstairs. It just more aware, and since I'm in that business of making sure I'm moving correctly and safe, I think I'm paying more attention to it. So I can't tell you that it's worse, but it's much more on my mind.
Sure. And can you think of any examples, whether in your travels for work or some other time where you could share a situation where you were in one of these low light settings and that had an impact, whether from you were just describing kind of from a safety perspective or even just in terms of being able to do the activities you were trying to do at that point in time?
This is probably 5 years ago, but I was at a conference and the next venue was across one street, and the bellman said, there's a door down there. And I went outside, couldn't see the door, couldn't see the street. It was all dark. Went back inside and missed the session. And that's when my friend said, well, you could have asked for help to go across the street. But it was frustrating and disappointing. And as all of us, I'm sure, have been independent in our lives, it was a signal that I needed to be different. than I was at that time, and I therefore invoked, if I'm walking on a sidewalk in the evening, I'll just reveal that I may need some help just to see the cracks in the sidewalk and not fall. And that's probably not as critical at this point as it might be 5 years from now, but I've decided to use those strategies now.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't go to the venue, so
Right.
I just, and it was really hard.
Yeah. One last question I have for you, Susie, is you mentioned that, even in like reading rooms and certain indoor settings, even, it can be, too low of a light, for you. So maybe you describe for us just to understand, like, where, for you, what kinds of settings or amount of light, begins to become problematic.
Well, if I'm in the audience, not speaking, but in the audience, then seeing somebody's PowerPoint, if it's the wrong colors or if the room is completely dark, even if though that's a lighted screen might be. So I'm memorizing things more.
Right.
And if I'm in the speaker position, then it's difficult to see the faces. And I'm a person who connects with others or tries to, and my work has always been to connect with others personally. And so it's been difficult to sometimes to recognize faces or to acknowledge someone in the audience that wants to speak or something like that, that is probably no one is recognizing that as much as I recognize that as a problem.
Yeah.
But those would be times where I would, besides in the hotel room trying to read something, that I would be noticing the difference.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Susie, for sharing all of that. Patricia, I'd like to bring you into this discussion as well. Here exploring, some of the things of all the different impacts of dry AMD. What maybe represents, a top most troublesome, symptom or health effect for you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Patricia, and I live in San Antonio. I'm 75, going on 76, and I can relate to a lot of the things that Susie says. I still have pretty good depth perception. I don't fret too much about crossing streets or not seeing, unless everything is, all the steps are gray, I do pretty well, but I've also told my circle, my family, my friends about my condition. And so frequently I am with others and they offer an arm, an elbow or something. They see something ahead. And so I really try to get support as much as possible. I can relate also to entering a room and I see a sea of faces. Those faces should be recognizable to me. I will see someone raise their hand like they see me, but I can't tell who that person is until I get very close to them. Otherwise, their faces, I describe it as being browned out. I mean, I can see that there are probably eyes and a nose and a moving mouth, but that's very frustrating and can be embarrassing. Just,
Right.
I need to get over that, but it is frustrating.
Yeah. So, that, kind of difficulty in distinguishing, making out faces. How did you first notice, that was happening, with you? Can you kind of describe, early on what that kind of
Sure.
felt like?
So I was diagnosed with this condition, which is a condition that my mother had about roughly 10 to 12 years ago.
Okay.
And for the longest time, I didn't see any changes. But I did remember my mother's progression and what she experienced. So it's really in the last maybe 2 years that I've started to notice considerable difference in my vision is blurry. I listen to books now as opposed to reading. I can read with magnification and proper light,
Right.
but my eyes just get tired because they have to work so hard.
I see.
And so it's just easier to listen to books, for example.
And for you, whether it's faces in the crowd or reading, are there parts of your vision where it's easier to make out faces or words versus others?
Sure. Well, my central vision is not gone. So I do have it's just not very good. I have
Sure.
good peripheral. I also have glaucoma.
Mhm.
So, but I have good peripheral vision. It's sort of uniformly getting worse all the way around. I guess is the best way to describe it.
Sure, sure. And then you said a lot of this kind of progression has happened or shown up in the last couple of years over the course of that. Within that kind of 2-year period, has it been kind of the same, kind of like onset and has been the same, or have you noticed progression even within the last 2 years?
Oh no, progression definitely. If I didn't make that clear, within the last 2 years. Prior to that, I mean, I get checked all the time. I go to appointments 2 to 4 months apart.
Yeah.
And I get all of the tests done, and I'm told, that you've got this kind of drusen and that kind of drusen. I'm lucky that it's not wet, but that's also something that's scary, if you will, because I have no idea what the progression is going to be.
Yeah.
It is a degenerative disease, so the expectation is that it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
But for me, markedly in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's very helpful to understand. Thank you so much. Yeah, Susie, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Things Patricia said, I think we also are experiencing the response of other people to this condition, and to be aware that their lack of understanding of facial recognition, for example, might be a problem for them. So at graduation, 80 of my students were graduating, and I wanted to give each one a rose. And it was a low light condition. And one of them said, "Oh, we've been with you 3 years and you don't even know our names." No, it's that I can't find you in a sea of 150 people. And it was really an emotional experience for me, but their assumption, which I don't think health professions people should make, but might be something that we all will encounter. That was my contribution.
Yeah, no, thank you for adding that, Susie. I do see that we have a phone caller, so I'd like to bring Rob from Chicago into the discussion. He's living with dry and wet AMD and wants to speak to a top impact that he's experienced. So Rob, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, welcome.
Thanks. You're going to hear from me later. I'm that Rob. And the reason I was calling is a little bit of a criticism. I think one of the poll questions should have been not blurry central vision, but loss of central vision. I mean, like your other callers, and I think they've pretty well covered this, if I look directly at something, it is gone. It's whether it's a letter in a word 6 inches in front of me while trying to read something, or whether it's a semi-trailer truck 100 feet ahead of me on the highway. It's like a cone of vision. That whole area is just absolutely gone. And the good news is, if I walk into a room, peripheral vision picks up things.
Okay.
But if I want to look at something, I don't see it.
Yeah, and Rob, so kind of that loss of central vision, that's just, that part of your field of vision is just gone. Was that, kind of, how did that, manifest for you? Was that something that, kind of was gone and that the size of that has grown over time? Was it initially blurry, then became gone? Can you just help us understand that experience?
Yeah, I noticed that what started the whole thing was just looking at the bedside clock. Part of an LED light numeral was missing, and that's what sent me to the ophthalmologist.
I see.
And he said I had AMD. And it took a while to really develop to the blind spot problem. For quite a few years, I could see pretty well centrally, but if there is such a thing as central peripheral vision, it was gone. It was like a big lopsided A on the Amsler grid over the center dot.
Okay.
And eventually that all started to close in, and that's how it progressed. It first 5 or 6 years, I've had it for like 12 now.
Okay.
Now the first 5 or 6 years were no big deal, but slowly the central vision fell apart.
Okay, and how extensive is for you? You know, when maybe it's easiest to describe with some example, but you know, how extensive is the loss that you have today?
Depends what I'm looking at. You know, if I'm looking at my tablet, and a lot of times I'm using both a magnifying glass and my cell phone as a magnifying glass.
Sure.
To read a word or the back of a frozen meal, how long to cook it type of thing. And though I don't drive anymore, if I'm with friends, I literally don't see a car ahead of me, or us rather, unless I look up toward the horizon, and then the top of the tree line, and then I can see that there's a car ahead of us.
Wow. Okay.
So it depends on where I'm looking and the size of the object I'm trying to see. I tell people, put your thumb 6 inches in front of your eye, and everywhere you look, have that thumb there.
Right.
And that's what kind of disappears.
Yeah, no, that's
behind that thumb.
That's actually extremely helpful in terms of trying to, for someone that's not experiencing that to begin to understand what you're experiencing. And Rob, we love hearing about things that we missed on polling questions. We know we can't hit it all, and some of these things are really important to cover. So I really appreciate you calling in and making sure we had loss of central vision as part of the discussion as well. So thank you. I'd like to come and revisit our Zoom panel here. Maybe Robert, we can have you, add on to this discussion. We're talking about some of the most troublesome aspects of dry AMD, whether the vision loss or some other symptom or health effect. What comes to mind for you, Robert?
Well, thank you. I'm Robert. I'm in Chandler, Arizona, and I was diagnosed about 20 years ago. And I now cannot drive, and I cannot read without real large magnification or by using my computer. And I do most of my reading by listening to audiobooks or text to speech on my computer. So the loss of central vision is the most concerning thing, but that's only happened within the last 4 to 5 years. So it started as the other panelists and the other people in this presentation have said, low light, cut back driving. And matter of fact, when I was first diagnosed, they just told me to take vitamins. And then later when I said, well, I'm having trouble seeing at night or in low light situations, I said, oh, that's part of aging. But I wasn't really informed it was part of this progression. And then it got to the point where I just can't drive and I can't read. I can't read handwriting. And I was a teacher. And so that it's taken away quite a few of those activities. I try to remain active, and I'm trying to use technology to supplement that loss of vision. But even that is not hard. I know what to do, but sometimes I can't get to do it because I can't see it. And other people don't always know about how to set it for me. So it is a challenge, ongoing, but I'm up to it. Fortunately, as a teacher, I had students with vision loss disabilities. So I know that they can do it. So I'll figure out a way of doing it. I am learning to walk with a cane because I'm at my age, tripping is a problem. So I use the cane to see the 2-3 feet in front of me and use whatever vision I get to see the general direction I'm going. but I am quite visually impaired right now.
Yeah. Well, Robert, really kind of stood out to me that you had experienced low light, difficulty seeing in low light for, a period of time, and you were having to adapt and navigate life with that. And then you have had this impairment in central vision. What was the biggest difference in terms of the impact that has had in terms of daily life for you? Going from just having the low light difficulties to the central vision difficulties.
Well, things I used to jot down notes, or I used to be able to read the directions on food packaging. Now I have to do that with either a large, with a magnifier, with magnifier, or with my phone magnifier, or with a standalone magnifier.
Okay.
And it takes longer to do it, and it's harder to do it, and you have to change the way you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no easy solution. It's a continual challenge. Oh, how am I going to do this?
Mm-hmm.
I take out an old recipe that I used to just glance at and do, and now I have to sort of put it under the magnifier, and then sort of memorize it, and then go over and do it. And then I need to have light on the area where I'm doing. I don't notice things I drop when I'm doing something and finding it. So you find little tricks. I do all my food prep or my hobbies on cafeteria trays, because if I drop something, they'll stay in the tray, and then I'll be able to feel them and find them.
Right.
And I don't worry about messes that I don't see on the counter or on the floor, because they stay on the tray. So you have to make adaptations.
Yeah.
And my friends and that help me and family as best I can, because I have to depend upon them to get to doctor's appointments or to help shop and that kind of thing.
Yeah. And Robert, in terms of kind of needing to make these new adaptations, are you finding that progression is continuing and you're needing to continue to adapt, or are you kind of in a place of stability right now?
I don't think I'm in a place of stability right now, because I got new glasses a little less than a year ago, and they seem to work fine, but now they're not working as well. So I've noticed that change, and it's been recommended to me that I take mobility training. So I'm learning to walk with a mobility cane.
Yeah.
And I'm even just enrolled in introductory Braille classes, just so that I can label things and get labels in Braille and because in some ways because I can't take notes anymore.
Right.
So I use audio notes, but I'm learning the Braille. I figure that'll be a way to keep my brain alive while I'm doing that. But, I love doing Sudoku puzzles, but I have to put them under a big magnifier. And then you have to pay for the magnifier to get one. These devices are not cheap.
Absolutely. Well, Robert, thank you so much for sharing and adding there. Patricia, you had something you wanted to add to this?
Yes, I just would like to say that another big challenge is really so well illustrated by Robert, is that the techniques, the adaptations, the tools, all of that is something that each of us has to discover on our own. And oh my gosh, someone's knocking at my door. I'm so sorry. But so that's just something else that people face, is that we get diagnosed, we see the doctor, we have our vision, we do all of those things, but then it's a lonely road. And to get to finding these solutions.
Right.
I just want to say that that's one of the biggest challenges that
Sure.
I think all of us have.
Yeah. No, thank you for putting kind of a finer point on that. I do notice that we have had some written comments coming in from our audience too. I want to make sure we're giving some voice to those of you who have been submitting written comments using that form. Again, it's under the live player that you're following along on the webpage today. So We'll encourage you to keep these written comments coming. But Todd, what are we seeing so far?
Yeah, James. This is an anonymous submission. This person writes, "At this point, I am legally blind. My balance is terrible, so I must use a walker or a cane. I am terrified of falling." Another anonymous submission, this person writes, "My sight has been compromised enough that I am no longer able to drive, so independence has been greatly affected. This includes social life and other activities. Mental health has also been affected due to all of the above." And there's a third submission here. This person writes, "There are no words to describe the impact, devastation of losing your vision."
Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in. Again, you can keep those coming. We'll try to read as many of these as we can throughout the program today as well. Know that if we don't get to your written comment, that we do have it, and we'll be including comments in the Voice of the Patient summary report. So I want to broaden the discussion a bit. We've been, of course, touching on this. It's so inherent to understanding the experience with the different health effects of dry AMD, but recognize that this has a whole cascade of impacts on daily life. And so we're going to go to a polling question here. You can go to that polling page if you kept that open. Otherwise, if you're a patient or a caregiver, we invite you to go to www.pollev.com/DRYAMD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/dry-AMD. So our question here. So our polling question here is we'd like for you to select the top 3 activities that you are not able to do or struggle with, and this may be a result of one particular of those symptoms or health effects. It might be an impact that's a result of a multitude of them, but the options are A, mobility or ambulating, B, using computers, C, recognizing faces, D, self-care or doing chores, E, reading or watching TV, F, driving, G, travel or vacationing, or H, other, some other activity that's important to you that you or your loved one with dry AMD are either not able to do or struggle with. And here we are asking that you select the top 3 activities that are important that are impacted by dry AMD. As you're picking these, making these selections, we want you to kind of think about, what experiences are coming to mind that are informing you, picking these as your top activities that are impacted. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses. As it stands, we're seeing that the top activity that's impacted, that's being reported as kind of a top 3 impacted activity is driving. We're seeing recognizing faces and reading or watching TV close behind that. It's kind of a next little tier. And then we're also seeing mobility, ambulating, other activities, and using computers as in a number of people's top 3. No one has reported either self-care or chores or vacation and traveling as a top 3 impact as a result of dry AMD. So we're seeing a wide range of different impacts that are in a number of people's top greatest impacts. So I want to thank you all for participating in this polling question. So I'd like to invite you, if you'd like to share some of the impacts that dry AMD has had on activities in your daily life, you can call in. That phone number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, if you call in, we'll chat to you behind the scenes, get you in the queue, listening to the program. And just like you heard with Rob earlier, we'll be able to just bring you right into the discussion. While people are calling in or perhaps writing in with comments, let's come back and check in with our Zoom panel. And Liz, on this topic, as we're kind of just building on what we were discussing before, what's maybe a top impact that dry AMD has had on you?
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm from Lakeway, Texas. I'm 81. I was diagnosed with dry AMD in 2008, and for many years I was very stable. The only things I noticed was lack of resolution, couldn't read fine print as well, and also if I was out in the sunlight, I had to have my dark glasses on. Otherwise, when I came in, I was sensibly blind for a while. And then, of course, I like more light to do things. And then about a year ago, suddenly I woke up and I'd lost almost all the vision in my right eye. And I went to see my retina person. They said, yep, you have developed geographic atrophy in that eye. And I said, well, what's going to happen? Of course, she's terrified at this point. And she said, well, let's hope everything's stable. So things were stable for a few months. And then in my left eye, I developed geographic atrophy also.
Wow.
Now I can still recognize faces and I can still drive. I only drive where I know I'm going. I don't drive new places. I can do grocery shopping, but it's still, things are extremely difficult. What's the first thing I did? I bought a large screen for my computer so I can see things better, expand, make everything large. You learn to use your iPhone as a magnifier and also the light on it all the time. You go to a restaurant, you have to use your iPhone in order to read the menu. So I can't read small print. My favorite activity is playing bridge. And I'm a pretty damn good bridge player, but this is very challenging. I have special bridge glasses, okay? So I make the best of my vision for playing bridge. I quite often cannot tell a card just put down across the table from me, whether it's a spade or a club. Hearts and diamonds are a little bit easier, so I have to be extremely careful about that. I can still score a bridge game, but adding up numbers is very difficult. Seeing a row of numbers, that you can lose things very, very easily. I'm also able to read somewhat. I use my iPad, and when I read books, I have very large print. Read the newspapers on my iPad, and I expand the print as large as I can, essentially. And you just hope that things are going to stay stable for a while, that it's not going to get worse. What you are petrified of course, is of lack of mobility, of being stuck someplace in your home. I live alone, and my kids, my son is an MD and he's very busy, and he's got 3 children. That keeps him and his wife very busy. And my daughter, unfortunately, has Usher syndrome. And so what causes loss of eyesight is RP. So she has been dealing with this for many years. I get some hints from her about how to do things. Dealing with it is so frustrating because you know it's not going to get better. My mother had dry AMD. My sister has been diagnosed with it. And I've just started taking Izervy in my right eye, the shot in my right eye, just to see if that can help stabilize it. And I was stable for so many years that I'm hoping I'm going to be stable now for a number of years.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I looked into giving up my house and moving to a retirement center. And I went and I was petrified of being trapped with these people in this place, not having freedom to do things.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm planning to stay in my house. I figure I can hire people to drive me places if I need to. But you just don't know what the future's going to hold.
Yeah.
And it is sort of Damocles hanging over your head.
Sure.
And when you've been active and all your life and able to do anything you want to, it's really very, very frustrating. And you have to figure out clever ways of dealing with things and how to keep going and not let it get you down.
Yeah. And Liz, you gave us some really good examples of that. Everything from, bridge to, limiting where you drive and a number of, examples that are allowing you to continue to do, the activities that, are just either a part of daily life or, are important and to you personally, like playing bridge, and given your skill level as you described it, I'm glad to hear that you can keep up with that. Are there any things to date, or maybe things that you're more worried in the near future that you really are having to stop doing? I know kind of so much of what you said was here's the modified way that I'm able to do something. Has there been anything that you would say has even if it's maybe something that's possible to do, that you've backed away from because it's difficult?
Traveling.
Yeah.
Can't read signs. I mean, when I drive, I said I drive only places I know, because reading road signs is just about impossible. I can see part of them. It's interesting, I've lost my stereoscopic vision because of the loss in my right eye. So if I want to really see things clearly, I have to close my right eye to see them. You just get very cautious,
right, about
doing anything.
Sure. Wow. Well, thank you, Liz, so much. You shared so many rich examples. It's been really helpful for us. I do want to bring Wanda into this discussion as well. Wanda, on this same topic of that kind of things that are either difficult or maybe impossible as a result of dry AMD. What stands out to you?
Okay, my name is Wanda Crossley, and I live in Lynchburg, Virginia. And I'm here for my mom, who has AMD. She's 85 years old, and she's almost completely blind. She probably has a little bit of peripheral vision, but over the last 14 years, I think she was diagnosed like 13 or 14 years ago, I've seen it get worse and worse. And she does live at home, and my sister lives with her, and I help take care of her. There's certain things that she can do in the house because she's familiar with her home. And she can be left during the day for my sister to go do errands and things. She does not cook, however. She doesn't like to go out at night, which I can understand because I kind of feel like that myself. But, she's become more fearful of being left alone. Like if I need to take her to the doctor and drop her off at the door and then go and park the car, she's very fearful of that. And she just kind of listens to the TV most of the day, but we're trying to cut that down only because she has dementia now. She has beginning stages of dementia. And we've tried to, just tried to find things, books for her to listen on tape and things for her to do. But it's been very difficult for her. My younger sister died a couple years ago, so she kind of is like home, when my other sister is out, thinking of that. And I think she is down and depressed about her eyesight because she's always been very independent. But anyway, I'm 66, and I was at the eye doctor a few weeks ago, and I have the drusens. And my mom and I both also have Sjogren's syndrome, which, I thought, or my eyes, well, they're severely dry. And I thought, boy, I'm going to be going down the road that my mom has traveled on. And I'm an interior designer, so I'm petrified of losing my sight. I try not to drive at night. Sometimes I see things that are not there, which is weird. I've really, since, I've got this information, I'm trying to take the vitamins, and I went and ordered blocking blue light glasses. Because when I'm on my phone or I'm watching TV, after a while, my eyes ache, severely ache, and they're dry. And I think the blue light has a lot to do with me. It's interesting to hear everyone speak on this who has it and who has had it, because I only knew from, from what my mom tells me, that she has experienced and watched her over the years. And so, and it's kind of hard to find things online. But anyway, so my mom has had it for about 13 years, and I do have the Druzens, and I also have some floaters. And I'd be interested in asking the other people on the panel, do they have any advice for being proactive, things that I could do now? And I know there's no cure, but just things that I can do now to help, in the future, going down this road.
Yeah. Well, Wanda, we'll be exploring a lot the different approaches to trying to manage and even treat to some degree the condition as part of our afternoon session. But you raised a couple of really important issues that I'd like to explore a little bit with you. Maybe the first one we can touch on is a symptom we haven't heard a lot about yet, but is one that I think is becoming more well known to be associated with dry AMD, which was I think you had described it as in the evenings, maybe when driving, having seeing things that aren't there, and so I was wondering if you could describe that experience, what you were referring to.
Well, I do have stigmatism, so the lights are a problem because they all look double. Just kind of, it's kind of hard to describe. A couple of times, there's been black cars that I didn't see that were coming from my right or my left direction, and just trying to make out things at night. One time we were driving down the road and it looked like there was a guy on stilts. So it was just kind of weird, some type of weird thing. And I thought, geez, but just kind of things that I'm not familiar with. Right. And it's kind of hard to describe. And I do wake up a couple of times a week with severe headaches and dry eyes, and then sometimes I have the white flashes in my eyes. But at nighttime, I do drive some, but I try not to drive because I used to drive to DC to work when I worked in DC. So I drove a lot during the day, and then I would drive back home, which is sometimes I work all day and drive home and get home at 10 o'clock at night. And I had to stop doing that a few years ago.
And so, I mean, that was very helpful. When you have had the kind of those visual disturbances or things appear, has that mostly been in low light settings, or like at the end of the day when your eyes are more tired? Do you notice any kind of pattern?
Mostly in low light. Okay. Like if I look in my drawer and the lights are not really bright in my room, even if they're bright, I have a drawer that has workout clothes that are black and sweaters that are black. I can't see what's what. I have to get a flashlight. I've noticed that I'm starting to use flashlights more, which my mom always has a flashlight with her wherever she goes, especially in the evening. But even at home, when the light is going down, I try to use a flashlight a lot of times so that I can see better.
Right.
And I did have cataracts a few years ago. So, and I'm not sure if mine is more because of my Sjogren's and the dry eye, or if I'm headed down the AMD road like my mom, but she has both, so we'll see.
Right. And going back to your mom, you mentioned one thing was that she has kind of had to deal with depression as a result of living with dry AMD, and some of the losses that you described that she's been experiencing in terms of her life. Is that the mental health component of this is very important too, and so I was just wondering if you'd be willing to share a little bit about how did you as her daughter notice that she was depressed? Does she speak to, things that you think are, driving that depression? Just, anything you might be able to share on that topic.
Well, my mom is, first of all, she can't cry because she's had these severe dry eyes for years. So when my sister died, she was able to cry a little bit, but she's very stoic. She keeps things to herself. She does not complain. I mean, now she complains to my sister and I about small things that are irrelevant to everything else going on in life. She's more focused on what she's eating and when she's going to eat, but she has a good attitude a lot of times. I think a lot of it is her dementia when it kind of, because it kind of comes and goes. But she pretty much has a pretty good attitude, but you can see that she's depressed because she can't see, she can't read anymore. She can't, there's so many things that she can't do, and it's very frustrating for her. Right. And then when you're sitting in a room all day and you can't do a lot of activities, of course, hobbies and activities is what gets your mind off of the difficult things in life.
Right.
So it just seems like that all of that, everything has kind of gotten worse. But in general, she has a pretty good attitude towards it. And she does try to be positive about this.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Wanda, so much. Liz, did you have something you wanted to add on any of these topics?
Well, yes, I wanted to talk about driving. I have a hard time driving in bright sunlight. I use dark glasses and I use a visor. What happens is I begin to lose contrast in the bright light.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else has that, but it's a real, I prefer driving at night.
Oh, okay.
I can see better at night.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Susie, it looks like you have something to add on this.
The discussions that various people have had about their parent, usually their mother, who has been diagnosed with dry AMD. One of the things that I think is really important is early testing. So I don't know if this is relevant, but at 38, I'm 78 now, some eye doctor told me I had old eyes. And I've always wondered whether that was the start of having drusen or something. And my mother did have both forms of AMD. And so early testing by a retinologist particularly would be important for people whose family has the condition. And then the second thing is very clear planning. And that's not to be discouraging about it, but almost all of us have had progression of some form. And so to start that early, I can still drive, but I think a lot about who will I ask? Am I going to do an Uber or am I going to do a family member? Just very, very active planning is really important, I think, for people who have the condition and who may or may not progress to its fullest.
Yeah, and so Susie, on the ability to plan, are there aspects of life or different activities that you would say are challenging or that you avoid because of either difficulty in being able to plan or the inability to plan?
Not right now, but we moved out of the city into more or less a rural area where the cabs are not as frequent. And so I've established a transportation service that I could use more if I needed to, or I think about what neighbor might I ask to transport me. I'm the family driver, so my husband is, we are together, but he has never wanted to drive. And so I'm the family driver, so if I become unable to drive. So I think about transportation a lot. And then I think about clothing and colors and stuff like that, because sometimes navy blue and black looks the same to me. And I've sort of adjusted my expectation that if that's not well matched in an outfit, fine. But that is only the start of being unable to see colors, which my mother could not see. And so little I would call them little things. I think about use of knives in kitchen appliances. I think about stairs. I think about things more than I'm having to adjust them to them now, but I had some training in working with people with visual deficiencies, and so I'm incorporating that into the back of my mind for planning.
I see. Patricia, I'll come to you in one moment. I do want to see also with the rest of our Zoom panel, before we shift topics a little bit, has there been something that in terms of either the symptoms or the impacts that we haven't really covered, or maybe your experience is a little different than what we've heard so far that you'd like to add? If you want to just give me a little wave of a hand. All right, so Patricia, let's come to you, and then Wanda, we'll circle back in a moment. And Robert.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that something that has been very useful for me and informative is finding an occupational therapist who has a specialty in low vision. Because, and I found that here locally through the University of Texas system. And actually it was a seminar that I went to sponsored by the Foundation Fighting Blindness, my local chapter. And going into their office, they had a variety of different lights, of magnifiers, of colored lenses to put over your glasses. I mean, and how to use my iPad, how to use my phone, how to find all of these things. And in a few sessions, I learned more than, would have taken me forever to find. So if you can go locally to an occupational therapist with a specialty in low vision.
And Patricia, just to kind of bring that back to what we're talking about, are there specific, activities that whether it's, kind of things just, regular daily activities that, were difficult, that for you, that type of, therapy, kind of helped you navigate, but, what was kind of, behind, what were the issues that you think that kind of thing for you, was you were hoping to help address?
Well, I was hoping to address things so that I can read better, so that I haven't found anything to help me identify people any better than just getting closer to them. Then I can tell who that is with that brownish face.
Yeah.
But and coping, somebody mentioned going from light to dark, that sort of thing, some kind of tricks that people taught me.
Right.
It's just practical application. Seriously, for how to use tools was what I found most helpful in, the things that I've been struggling with.
Yeah.
Honestly.
No, and that makes a lot of sense, especially what we were talking about a little earlier, that one of the hardest things is, once you have the difficulty with your vision, is actually being able to then learn the tools or learn the strategies when you don't have the vision to help you to actually do that. Wanda, I want to come to you. You raised your hand in something that maybe we haven't touched on quite as much yet. I'd love to hear what you have to share.
Well, I would be interested in knowing people's opinion or how they deal with like looking at your computer, your iPhone, because obviously when the light is bright, you can see better. But after I look at a bright light for a while, it really hurts my eyes. At nighttime, I've started to turn my phone on the red light, but then it's hard for me to distinguish, trying to read or trying to see or do anything. And does the LED, the blue light, does it affect macular degeneration, or does it, I'm just interested in how it affects everybody else who really has it and has had to deal with it.
Yeah, well, Wanda, since you're bringing this up, when you're like using your phone, you have that bright light, I mean, can you kind of describe, a little bit of what you mean by, you have, it like starts to hurt to look at the screen, what is that like?
Well, I always turn my light down on my phone, even during the day, unless I'm outside where it's really bright, and then I turn it up and then it's hard to see. But if I look at the bright light too long, which is not long at all, my eyes start to ache and hurt. And I don't know if that's from my dry eye from Sjogren's, or I'm just curious how everybody else deals with that, or does the bright light bother anyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah. Well, we know there's lots of different experiences, and people certainly can speak to that, but thank you for raising it. Robert, I know you had something you wanted to add to this discussion about impacts of dry AMD as well, so I'd love to hear that.
Yes. One of the things that I have found very useful is to find a in-person support group that for low vision. So that's how I learned about a lot of the things that I use and that. So, and knowing that there are other people going through the same thing, and you can share your story and learn how they've done adaptations. And the second thing is finding help setting up your devices to accessibility controls, because everybody experiences this a little bit differently, whether it's the color contrast or the brightness. And but to have somebody that can sit with you and help you with your device and set it up, and then be willing to come back or to meet with you again, because it'll change over time as the disease progresses. So it's building those networks, and I have found that having a local support group a helpful way of making those networking connections that help us be able to deal with the changes that come along. And we may not know exactly which way we're going to go, but it's nice to have a team behind you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we'll definitely be exploring a lot of the different strategies and approaches, to kind of navigating living with dry AMD a lot more when we have our afternoon discussion. I do know that we've been getting some written comments coming in, so I want to make sure we bring some of those into the conversation. Todd, what are we seeing?
Yeah, James, we've got a comment here from Gail from Kalamazoo. She writes, I had to give up singing in a semi-professional choral group, which I'd done for 20 years. If you can't read, you can't read music. This has been a major loss in my life. I have another person who wrote a submission here anonymously. I am no longer sure of myself in social situations. My life is too restricted, and I feel like a prisoner in my own home. And I have another one here. Someone writes, I recently had friends drive me to church, but couldn't find the car when I came out. I just can't do anything without someone to lead me and take care of me. So a lot of these themes we're seeing echoed from our panel here.
Yeah, with some different personal impacts too. So thank you for everyone who's been writing in. We'll continue to share those throughout the program as well. So I want to broaden the discussion one more time as part of this morning session, recognizing that we've been focused so far on what it is you all have been experiencing, both in the past and presently. And like most of these topics, they're intertwined. So we've already heard a little bit about some of the concerns and worries that you all have for the future, but we'd really like to focus on that at this point. And so to get us thinking about this topic, we have a final polling question for you as part of this morning's session. So you can go ahead and go to that webpage, which again is www.pollev.com/DRYAMD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/dry-AMD. So this is for our patients and our caregivers. We'd like to know from you what worries you the most about your condition in the future, and you can select the top 3. So the options are A, the stress of not knowing how dry AMD will progress. B, worry about loss of independence. C, losing the ability to read or to watch TV. D, having to change jobs or stop working or stop going to school. E, losing the ability to drive. F, not being able to care for your family. Or G, some other worry that you have that's one of the greatest worries you have about you or your loved one's condition in the future. And again, you can select up to the top 3 greatest worries that you have. And like with each of these polling questions, we want you to think about what's kind of behind your worries here. So are there certain aspects of of progression that you're worried about? Are there other considerations in your life, maybe even with the same degree of progression that you're at today that's driving these worries? We know that that these can be really complex considerations, and so we want to hear your thinking behind why these are your greatest worries.
Yeah, James, as these poll results continue to come in, I just wanted to point out that there is some recent research that suggests that the fear of the future and the unknown is one of the most obvious concerns and troublesome concerns that people have about the future.
Yes. We are seeing that as one of the top responses here. The number one that we're seeing so far is the fear of loss of independence. But we do see that the stress of not knowing how dry AMD will progress, as well as losing the ability to read or watch TV are right up there as other top concerns. Other folks a number of other folks are selecting losing the ability to drive and not being able to care for family as top concerns. No one is reporting, worrying about changing or stopping work or school or other things as top concerns. So I want to thank you all for participating in this polling. We'll come back to polling again in the afternoon, but this is our last polling question for this morning. So if you'd like to share some of your greatest worries for the future, we'll invite you to call in. You can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number, you can call in, share your worries for the future at 1-703-844-3231. But I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel here to get us started into this discussion. And maybe, Patricia, we can start with you this time, thinking about, those different, worries and maybe what's driving those worries. What is top of mind for you?
Well, I think I may have expressed that not knowing it's hard to plan for something that you don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So we've talked a lot about planning. What can we do to prepare for some loss of vision? It's true with this condition, in most cases, unless really severe, you don't lose all of your vision, but I guess that's not impossible. But so not really knowing, will I be able to take a trip this year? Will I be able to take care of somebody? Will I be able to take care of myself? Am I going to have to move? I mean, it's hard to turn off those questions that inevitably, if you have been independent, and everybody on this panel and so many of the people that are affected by this condition, they've been independent.
Yeah.
And so that brings to mind to me, I just want to say that when I think about our families and our communities and our country and the world, it's such a big loss. It's a loss. All of us still have good minds and we want to be good, participants in society, in our communities. And so, it's terrible. It's terrible that we're losing this and we're frustrated. We want things, we want to find solutions. That's probably why we're participating. And I probably said maybe.
No, it's so insightful, and it is why we're doing this, and why every time you're sharing, I'm asking you to share even more. But I do kind of want to maybe parse a little bit of what you said in terms of that worry of uncertainty, but wanting to and still wanting to be productive and worrying about that loss of participating in all of these aspects of life. I guess, is there in your mind like a near-term worry on that, or is this a longer-term kind of concern for you? Do you have, is there any difference between what you're worried about short-term versus long-term? If we could unmute Patricia, please.
Yeah, well, near-term. So I'm a big traveler.
Yeah,
I have been historically. And I'd like to take a major trip this year. That's near term to me. That's something that I would be actively working on now. Can I go on a trip, not by myself, but can I go with family members, or should I try to find a group, to travel with? So so that's a near term thing, because I do feel an urgency to act on these things now, not knowing in the long term, whether in 5 years or 3 years, I would be able to have a major trip. So maybe there's one more trip in me, right? That's to make a distinction.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for being willing to share that. Liz, I'd like to ask you this kind of same question here as we're thinking about the future and concerns or fears that you might have. What what comes to mind for you?
Loss of freedom, loss of being able to drive, loss of being able to do things on your own. And what you do is you just keep going and say, okay, I'm going to do this today. Maybe I can't do it tomorrow, but I can do it today. And you just try to keep very positive because you just don't know what's going to happen.
You mentioned, as a kind of a specific example, loss of driving, and you talked about, kind of, your how you currently drive and the already limitations on that. For you, at what point, would you, decide that you can no longer drive? And again, similar to the question for Patricia, is that something that you worry about as kind of a near-term worry or something a little longer down the road?
My driver's license is good for another year plus, but then I have to get my driver's license renewed, so I have to pass an eye exam. And I checked with, when I get my eyeglasses updated, yes, you're still legal to drive. So, okay, good. So you just keep hoping that that's going to be possible.
Right.
If I can't renew my driver's license, what are you going to do? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I think that's what we do. We just, you keep thinking about how you could handle it. And don't know the answer to that.
Right. And if you weren't able to keep driving, what's like the downstream impact of that, like for you personally? What important things would that now make more difficult than it already is?
Well, grocery shopping, going and playing bridge, driving in to see my grandchildren, my daughter, having to get rides to do all that. I think I could get rides from Lakeway into Austin to see my daughter and grandchildren use an Uber.
Right.
The local things are so close, I'm not sure how that would work out. But I've been thinking about, can you set up a driver to do things for you?
Right.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
That's what's in my brain most of the time when I think about it.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you so much for Liz sharing, being willing to share. Robert, let's bring you into this topic too, as we're thinking about the future and greatest worries.
Well, one of my greatest worries is not being able to use the devices because those are what allow me to read and communicate, participate in things like this. And I've noticed that it's becoming more and more difficult, and I have to keep learning new accessibility controls on my devices. I've already given up driving, so anytime I think, oh, I want to go do something or that, I have to go through the extra steps of planning and budgeting for that. Like I was a participant in a lifelong learning community at the local college, and they have some things on Zoom which I can participate, but they have a lot of in-person ones, and the in-person ones are a lot of fun to go to. But not only do I have to budget for the cost of the course or the program, but then I have to arrange, can a family member or friend give me a ride, or do I have to budget for an Uber or a car to take me? So you can't just say, oh, I'm going to go do that. You got to really plan it out, and that makes it difficult. And I worry how long I'm going to be able to do some of the things that I'm doing right now. I know from experience, I've already cut back on what I'm doing. I no longer can work in the shared shop because I don't feel safe using power tools with my limited vision.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Robert. Just to keep going around here and making sure we're, giving everyone a voice. We know that, this, not only is does the condition affect everyone a little differently, but, you each are navigating different situations. And Wanda, for you, you've, talked to us both about your mother and your own experience. As you were thinking about this topic, what would you like to share?
Well, I'm petrified on one hand after seeing what my mom's gone through, but on the other hand, I'm trying not to worry and be optimistic that this is just beginning stages for me, and hopefully it will not progress fast. And I'm hoping technology and time will be ahead of me, where there's options, things in the future that will help before it gets that bad. So I'm just trying to think positive, as much as I can, because I am not at the stage that everybody else on the panel is at, but it is scary.
Sure.
At this point.
Absolutely, and we really appreciate you, kind of providing this, early perspective, because we hope too that there will be things that could come along and help at this stage to prevent further progression and retain all the vision that you have. So thank you for sharing that. Last but not least here, Susie, would like to bring you in on this topic. What's the biggest worry or concern that you have?
I think it all rolls down to independence, and because I was first going to say driving, but that is just a sign of independence, and there is a solution. That's fine, but as Robert said, it takes planning. And then I was going to say the loss of the ability to work, and it wouldn't. I can do much of my work at home, but if I lose the ability to read, I can't do the work that I'm doing. I could hire a secretary. I'm just sitting here thinking, what will I do about the things I haven't thought about? Mm-hmm. Because I still have 20/20 in my right eye and 2200 in my left eye. So I'm still doing well. Yeah. And yet my mother's experience doesn't bode well for my own progression, although, as was mentioned, things happen in science and medicine that help us. And I remember the retinologist telling me, Susie, you're afraid of the wrong thing. You're afraid of the wet macular degeneration because it requires an injection. And she said, your concern should be about the progression of dry AMD, and you shouldn't ignore those symptoms. So I guess it all rolls down to independence and planning.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a perfect, almost summary point of capturing so much of what has been discussed all throughout this morning's session. I'll give the final word if we have, I think, some written comments on this topic here.
Yeah. We have a couple of submissions here. Someone wrote in to say, anxiety about the future is ever present. I did start a support group for AMD because there weren't any. And we have another submission here. This person writes, I'm in the early stages and still doing okay. I worry about the future. The diagnosis changed my outlook on aging. I think about the possibility of losing my vision all the time.
Yeah, so as we now wrap up this morning session, I just want to thank everybody who has contributed throughout the session, especially all of our Zoom panelists for sticking with us throughout the entire time. You've helped us, really pull back the curtain of what living life with dry AMD is, and we're really looking forward to coming back together in the afternoon session to build on that and understand the different treatment approaches and management strategies that you all employ. A number of them have come up naturally as part of the discussion, but we'll definitely dig into that a little bit more, as well as understand what you all see as the gaps and what you'd like to see for future treatments. But for now, we're going to take about a 30-minute break here, lunch break. We'll be returning at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, thank you, everyone, and we'll see you shortly. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on dry age-related macular degeneration, or dry AMD. I'm your meeting moderator, James Valentine. I'm here in the studio with Todd Durham from the Foundation for Fighting Blindness, and we're excited to welcome you back to the meeting after such a great discussion this morning, exploring what it is to live with dry AMD, and now in this afternoon, as we build upon that, exploring current and future treatments. But before we get to that, we have an afternoon speaker, so I'll turn it over to Todd to introduce that.
Thank you, James. Welcome to our afternoon session. To start us off, I would like to introduce Dr. David Boyer, who will provide an overview of treatment and management strategies for dry AMD. Dr. Boyer is a clinician, surgeon, and educator with the Retina Vitreous Associates Medical Group. Dr. Boyer, over to you.
Todd, thank you for the kind introduction. It's a real pleasure today to be here to discuss with you dry age-related macular degeneration, what we have now and what is coming. These are my disclosures. Dry age-related macular degeneration has been a problem for a long time. We have the AREDS2 formula. There were two studies, the AREDS formula and the AREDS2, both excellent studies done by the NIH and National Institute of Health that really demonstrated that we could reduce the progression to advanced AMD, meaning we could stop intermediate macular degeneration, drusen and other changes from going on to wet macular degeneration or to what we've called geographic atrophy. The vitamins, however, did not prevent the formation of geographic atrophy or drusen formation. What can we do beyond AREDS? Well, there's been a number of studies that have shown the Mediterranean diet has been shown to reduce formation and progression of AMD. In fact, a healthy diet, physical activity, and not smoking are associated with 71% lower odds for developing age-related macular degeneration. A high-fat diet is strongly associated with a higher prevalence, meaning that if you eat a high-fat diet, you have an increased risk of developing macular degeneration. Fish oil was only found to be in patients who don't be helpful in patients who don't eat fish, the lowest quartile. If you eat fish once a week or greater, it was not necessary to take fish oil. And lutein and zeaxanthin, which are carotenoids, increase macular pigment and have been found to be beneficial. 2023 was a banner year for the treatment of dry macular degeneration in patients with what we call geographic atrophy. Two different drug companies had drugs that came to fruition and were passed by the FDA. Avancicaptid, or called Izervay, or pegcetacoplan, Syfovre, were both approved by the FDA for the treatment to slow down the progression of geographic atrophy. And I emphasize the word slow down, not to stop. Both drugs are administered as injections into your eye every 4 to 8 weeks. And slowing down progression is what both of them have been shown. In the bottom right corner, you can see these black areas. These areas are areas where you really can't see very well, but they progress. And as you can see, the slide further to the right is the extension of what happens over the period of time. Everywhere that it's black, the patient really has a void of vision. The photoreceptors are gone in those areas. Most of our treatments have been in the complement pathway. The two that have been approved was the C3 in the center and the C5, both inhibitors of all the pathways. The classical mannose and alternative pathways are all signs of being able to stop inflammation. The alternative pathway is an internal pathway that stops the formation of viruses and different stresses in the body. So everywhere there is a little circle or an ellipsoid, there is a drug that's being tested in that pathway. The new approved drugs act to decrease the complement system activation. So if they can stop it from activating, they hopefully will decrease the end result, which is a MAC complex, which results in the cells dying and causing an increase in the size of geographic atrophy. As I said, pegcetacoplan, Syfovre was the first to be approved as a C3 inhibitor, and avancicaptid pegol, Izervay, is a C5 inhibitor. The big question comes up, am I eligible for treatment? A lot of patients come in and want to know, should they get treatment? This is not one and done. It's a commitment on your behalf as a patient to continue to receive treatment to get the best responses. After a year of treatment, you may be only getting 14 to 17% reduction in growth. But after 3 years of treatment, some have shown that it can be as high as 30 to almost 40% reduction as compared to the natural history. As a physician, he may look back and see your old patients and determine whether you qualify for treatment. Some patients with geographic atrophy don't have lesions growing very quickly, and it's safe to observe you. Others have to, look at it. If it is growing rapidly, you would be a candidate. There are other things to consider. Again, looking at the optic nerve and other factors, whether you'd be a good candidate. Before you say yes that you want treatment, there's some things you need to know. All the approved drugs are intravitreal injections, and they all have the same risks that all of our intravitreal injections have. And we do intravitreal injections for wet macular degeneration routinely. The risk of getting an infection or endophthalmitis is 1 out of 3,500 injections. There's an increased risk of floaters. Sometimes there's a posterior vitreous separation that occurs. A red eye, which usually is caused by subconjunctival hemorrhage, looks terrible, it's unsightly, and if you had to have your picture taken, you probably don't want an injection right before that, but it doesn't cause any loss of vision. And the post-injection irritation is usually from the antiseptic that we use to sterilize the area. And these are true for every intravitreal injection. With the new approved drugs, there are new and unusual side effects that we don't routinely associate with intravitreal injections and appear to be unique to these two drugs. The formation of wet macular degeneration doesn't seem to be associated with a marked decrease in vision, but may require additional injections of an anti-VEGF drug. Ischemic optic neuropathy, which is a stroke of the optic nerve, is rare, but occurs in patients who have a small optic nerve and no clumping, and may be something that the patient may have had in the other eye, which increases the risk of having it in the eye that's being treated. The most serious of all these is occlusive vasculitis and intraocular inflammation that can lead to total blindness. Some patients, however, do recover back to baseline. The risk is unknown. It usually occurs after the first injection and may be 1.7 to 10 per 10,000 for one drug. The other drug does not have many unique patients quite yet. Though these drugs are the first step in the treatment of a form of macular degeneration called geographic atrophy, there are a lot of companies looking at other strategies. We have neuroprotection, reduced toxic byproduct accumulation, visual cycle modulation, stem cells, and suppressing inflammation from other ways and others. Neuroprotection and mitochondrial changes are seen with several companies that are looking to improve mitochondria. Mitochondria are energy cells, and I think everybody in the age group of macular degeneration knows they don't have as much energy as they had when they were 20 years old. And true in the pigment epithelium of the retina, you have a marked decrease in the mitochondrial function as compared to patients that are the same age without any signs of macular degeneration. So increasing and improving mitochondria seems to be a good strategy. Zectinib is an integrin inhibitor, but also had mitochondrial benefits. Galimetics and Alzion, GAL101 and ALZ507, are both amyloid B aggregation inhibitors. We do have amyloid in our drusen, and it's felt that these toxic oligomers may be the cause of the complement system activation. So they would hopefully be able to stop the complement activation and reduce the complement system. Retrotope is an orally administered stabilized DHA, which is being tested. There's also Alkeus, ALK001, which changes our vitamin A so it can't break down to a toxic form. It may also work for Stargardt's disease. Stem cells, everybody that I talk to in my office always wants to know about stem cells. There have been a lot of tries at this. There are different ones. OpRegen and regenerative patch technologies are two that showed promise in improving some vision, but carry with it risks. They are surgical interventions, and even though some patients have had an improvement, other patients haven't. There's always a risk associated with surgery. Suppressing inflammation has been probably the most common way. We either block it during the complement activation. So there's ANX007, which is in the classical pathway, and has been shown to have a visual improvement, though no reduction in the size of the geographic atrophy. HMR 59 blocks the MAC complex, which is the last stage before the patient's cells burst and you lose those cells permanently. Danicapin is an oral factor D inhibitor, which will slow down the complement system, as Ionis, which is a factor B, which slows down the cycle. Complement's very interesting, but we don't know the source of the complement activation. We don't know what causes it, the pathways involved, if it's lifelong or just the acute overreactivity. What are the therapeutic benefits and risks of inhibition, and where should we block, local or systemic? Other interesting approaches include photobiomodulation, using 3 different wavelengths to stimulate different cells. It's done every 3 days, 3 days a week for 3 weeks, and is repeated every 3 to 4 months, and has shown some improvement both in drusen formation, geographic atrophy, as well as a visual improvement. Macrophage manipulation is very interesting because macrophages carry VEGF and may actually decrease the production of VEGF and stop this from progressing, as is subthoracal laser, which is given to try to reduce progression by bringing the eye back to a more normal state. Other interesting approaches are HTRA1 and inflammasome inhibition, all of which are very early in clinical trials, but may have an improvement in reducing the progression. I want to thank you for your attention. It's really been a pleasure to hopefully share with you some of the interesting information we have now and what you can look forward to in the future. And I want to turn this back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boyer, for helping set the landscape of both current and future treatment approaches with what's in the pipeline today. Now we get to move into our second session of the day, which is to hear from all of our participants who are living with dry AMD, as well as their spouses, family members, and other caregivers, to also focus on this topic of current and future treatment approaches. On screen are a number of questions that we hope to explore with all of you in this afternoon session. One thing I want to note is when we're talking about treatments in the context of this afternoon, we are not only focused on medications as well as medical procedures and surgeries, but we really want to hear about the wide range of things that people use, whether supplements or more holistic approaches, but even management strategies, technologies, even lifestyle modifications. Really anything that you use or do to try to make living life with dry AMD a little bit easier falls under this umbrella of treatments. And so thinking about that broader range of different things, we want to hear from you. What are you currently doing to try to help manage your or your loved one's dry AMD symptoms? Of those things, then we want you to help us understand how well do they treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of dry AMD. You taught us so much this morning about what those most significant impacts of dry AMD are. Where are treatments helping address that? What has been most helpful? And then maybe we would want to at the same time understand the areas where those treatments have not addressed the significant symptoms and health effects. A third thing we want to explore is whether or not those treatments are providing a benefit to you or your loved one. We want to hear about the most significant downsides that those treatments provide to you or your loved one, and how do those downsides, whether a side effect or the burden of keeping up with a treatment regimen or the way a treatment is delivered, how do those things affect your loved one's quality of life and daily life? And then finally, at the end of our session, we're going to focus towards the future. Once we've heard and learned a lot about current treatments, we're going to shift gears and ask you, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for dry AMD? Or maybe you think about this a little bit differently, what factors would be important in deciding whether to use a new treatment were it to become available? So to get us thinking about these topics and to share some of their experiences, we have a panel of your peers. We have Tom, Diane, David, Patricia, and Rob. Tom, why don't you kick us off?
That back in the 90s, I was affected by dry AMD, but I could still drive. I could read. My vision was such that I didn't have the depth perception that I should have had. So when I first applied to Disney for the driving boats, I didn't pass the eye test. But the VA doctor wrote a letter to Disney saying I had failed for depth perception, and the doctor wrote a letter saying however he put it, he said my depth perception was okay and wouldn't interfere with driving the boats, and they hired me. So I was at Disney for 18 years. But it was starting then. I could still drive. But my work at Disney was fine for at least 10, 15 of the years I worked there. But toward the end, my vision had failed, so that at some point, everybody that's failing from AMD will understand the sweet spot concept. So toward the end, I would have to find a sweet spot to see distance. So I could drive the boats. I knew where I was going. I knew what to do, but in order to make sure I was seeing correctly, you have to jiggle your eyes a little bit. But it's that sweet spot is getting harder and harder to find now. And if I try and read, my eyes will jiggle, and I'll get my magnifying glass out and I'll find a sweet spot where I can see a word at a time. But that's about all I can do right now. I can't read. I can't just automatically read. I do have glasses. I don't. Sometimes the glasses are useful if I'm on my iPad and want to scan like my emails. I can scan. I can scan a group of words and get the concept out of it if I've got my glasses on. Sometimes, not always. There for a while, I was taking a cruise or two, and I remember falling down the stairs, the last stair on one of the decks, and it was because I couldn't. I was wearing the glasses, and the glasses will sometimes confuse me, and I thought I was stepping on the last step on the ground floor and on the deck, and I wasn't, so I'd fall. But so sometimes glasses were a hindrance, and I find it comfortable to not wear glasses because my eyes are more relaxed. When I'm riding in the front seat, I can tell what I'm seeing and what I'm not seeing. If I'm driving with somebody and I jiggle my eyes, I can see all the cars in front of us and on the side, but it's difficult for me to see when I make a turn, where when somebody makes a turn, the car's coming, because there's no exact delineation between the sides of the roads. I can jiggle my eyes, and I'm pretty confident that I see everything, but I'm not positive. I had shots. Well, that was interesting too. I I was going to the VA at the time, and I was retired, and I was going to the VA, and I had a private retinal specialist from an Advantage plan, and I remember they could see some wet activity and some bleeding, and so he said, well, I can give you a shot. There are two choices. One costs a couple $1,000s each shot, and the other one's like $50. So I went back to my Advantage plan and went on with the original shots that were available for wet AMD. But since that, I think the shots have changed, and so I'm still getting shots. Now I'm getting shots to slow the progression down, and I get it in my left eye, and my right eye has changed dramatically recently, and so I asked him if he could maybe put the slowing procedure in both eyes, and he wasn't sure whether he could talk the Advantage plan into it. So I'll know when I go back the next time.
I'm 77. I live in Southern California. I was a high school teacher and counselor for 38 years and have been retired since 2007. I was diagnosed in 2000 with dry macular degeneration. My optometrist noticed something was not right and sent me to a retinal specialist. He didn't tell me very much about really what I had, but that I had drusen, little spots in the back of my eyes. But he told me not to worry because by the time it became a problem, there would be a cure. And unfortunately, he was wrong. My vision was 20/20 for years. Anyway, about 7 or 8 years ago, maybe more, I noticed that my vision was starting to progressively get worse. Now, at that point, maybe it was 20/40, but my vision was still good and clear. And, I was okay. I believed that when the time came, there would be a cure. So my retinal specialist kept an eye on my vision, and I was going in every year for a checkup. And then it started to get worse. And he told me that I had late stage macular degeneration, also known as geographic atrophy. And geographic atrophy is when the photoreceptor cells are dying, and there's a loss of acuity and a loss of color and depth perception. And I kept, going to see him. And at a certain point, I went in for I tried to get into a clinical trial for Lumathera. It looked really great. I'd been following it before the FDA even approved it. It was a matter of sitting in front of a light source, and it had very good results. I mean, actually improving the acuity because it worked with the mitochondria. So I went in for an interview. Once the FDA approved it, which was quite a bit down the line, I went in for an interview in my doctor's office. And as I said, I spent 5 hours there going through paperwork, more photos of my eyes. And by the time all of that was done, I no longer qualified because it had progressed to the point past where I could have been part of the trials. I'd been so hopeful, and it really brought me down. I was pretty low for a while and just said, I can't go through this again. This is really bad. Time passed. My vision was getting worse. I went in for cataract surgery. And after doing a lot of research and talking to my retinal specialist, he assured me that cataract surgery would do nothing to harm my vision. When I went in for cataract surgery, left eye was 20/60, right eye was 20/50. 8 months later, my left eye was 20/200, and my right eye was 20/60. Did cataract surgery have anything to do with it? I don't know. It could have just been the progression of my vision. So I was kind of learning a lot about Syfovre and what was coming down the line. I, again, did a lot of research, and I know that Syfovre was one of the first things that was approved. But what I saw was there was like an 18 to 20% chance that it would slow down. And I'm not a mathematician, but that wasn't really a very good, amount for me. I wanted it to be 50%. But anyway, so I decided that I had to do something. My vision was getting worse. I went in for my first injection. Vision in my left eye was 20/200, and the right was pretty much stable. For some reason, I heard that it didn't hurt, and it didn't. It was just a little strange getting a shot in your eye, but I was fine. Nothing, no problems afterward. 6 weeks later, I went in for my next injection. I had started in my worst eye and had thought, well, maybe I'll try both eyes. I can't even remember if I did both eyes the next time. I think I might have. Anyway, I went in and had the injections again, and then and everything was fine, no consequences. Then the third time I went in, he checked my eyes as he always did. Pressure was stable, everything was fine. But my left eye was now 20/300. And that was so hard to hear. I mean, I knew it was getting worse, but it was frightening. I could barely read the chart. Right eye was kind of holding at 20/70 at this point. My retinal specialist and I did a lot of talking about things, and he said, I don't believe that it is the injections that are causing this. I think it's the progression of your vision loss, which does happen sometimes very quickly. He says, let's not start anything again until let's come back in about 4 weeks and see what your vision is. Came and didn't have the injection. Came back in 4 weeks. My vision was then 20/350. So it was up, progressing. My right eye was still 20/70, but he said anybody looking at the photos of the back of your eye would think you were at least 20/200 in your right eye and that you were legally blind. So my left eye, I'm officially legally blind. I am a realist, and I think hope is important. But again, with all the research that I've done, I've read about gene therapy, stem cell therapy. They're way down the line. And at 77, I don't think there will be a treatment available for me.
Hi, my name is David. I'm a 74-year-old Florida resident. I was diagnosed with dry AMD 2 decades ago. Fortunately, the progression of my disease has been relatively slow. Good thing, the gradual nature of the decline in my vision not only allowed me to keep most of my eyesight for a longer period of time, but it had me avoid the shock of going from perfect vision to near blindness overnight. In the early days of my diagnosis, I looked for support from others facing similar challenges. Unfortunately, there were no local support groups available, so I co-founded the Mid-South chapter of the Foundation Fighting Blindness. And the relationships and support that I received through this group went a long way toward helping me adapt to my situation. Despite that support and despite the gradual nature of my vision loss, I can't help but feel occasional self-pity and even more so a concern for my devoted wife, who shares the burden of my vision loss. I feel like I place too much on her shoulders. Many tasks that I previously managed myself now fall on her. Sometimes it seems like the disability is harder on her than it is on me. When someone sees me, it's not obvious that I have vision problems. So how rude a neighbor may think. He looked right at me and didn't say hello. Most AMD patients can identify with the adage, I can see, I can't see, it's complicated. That pretty much tells it. For the past 2 decades, the primary treatment available to me was a multivitamin called AREDS, which promised to reduce the risk of my dry AMD becoming wet AMD by 25% or so. Recently discontinued taking these vitamins when my vision doctor suggested that he would provide no further support to me. While I can't say for certain, it's possible that AREDS did prevent my dry AMD from becoming wet, or even though I've never seen any research suggesting the effectiveness in this regard, maybe it contributed to the slow progression of my vision loss. In any event, I experienced no discernible side effects from taking the vitamins. I'm aware that several remedies for dry AMD are in various stages of clinical trials. I'm hopeful that some of these treatments will gain approval soon, offering new hope. To date, Syfovre is the only FDA-approved treatment for dry AMD. This year, when Syfovre injections were approved, I traveled to Boston to see my trusted retina specialist at Boston Eye and Ear. She wouldn't recommend the treatment, feeling that the efficacy didn't outweigh the risks, at least for me. In fact, she said that the research team at Mass Eye and Ear declined to approve it for any of their patients. I'm not aware of any other treatments for AMD. I sure wish there were. While recent technological advances have brought some conveniences to people like me, those conveniences can never replace the need for new medications or treatments that could halt or slow the progression of the disease. I'll continue to be on the lookout for studies or clinical trials related to dry AMD. My criteria, though, for evaluating the risk versus rewards when experimenting with these treatments probably has changed over the years. Previously, I would have been more anxious to try treatments that would slow the progression. However, given the more advanced stage of my disease now, I'll focus more on treatments that might halt or reverse the progression. With so many people suffering from this disease at each of its stages, desperately hoping for help, new treatments are needed to attack the disease from every angle. I continue to hope and pray.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I'm 75 and I live in San Antonio, Texas. I was first diagnosed with dry AMD in 2009. And of course, I was distressed to hear this diagnosis, but not at all surprised because my mother had been struggling with this crippling and life-robbing disease, and I had been navigating that journey with her. At the time, I remember resolving that I would see all I could before symptoms would set in for me. I enjoy traveling, especially internationally, and I did just that. I also began taking the AREDS eye vitamins, eating even more leafy greens, yellows, and orange vegetables, and wearing sunglasses that block harmful rays. It's beyond belief to me that in all these years, this regimen is the only treatment available to most of us with dry AMD. Unless, of course, my dry AMD progresses to the blinding, if untreated, wet kind, there's just nothing else to do. So I ask, how is it that a disabling disease continues unabated, despite robbing sight from some 20 million people in the United States and over 200 million worldwide? And taking into consideration the lost useful productivity of this population, it represents a huge opportunity cost to individuals, families, and society. Is it because AMD principally affects older people that causality and more and better treatments are not more aggressively invested in? It would be many years before I would begin to see the effects of dry AMD in my eyesight. Did my proactive eye vitamin regimen and healthy eating lifestyle have a slowing effect on its progression? We'll never know. But today I use all sorts of aids to help me live my life fairly independently. My digital tools are able to read or light and magnify the words on a screen or paper. I listen to my books. I don't drive at night because the glare is dangerous, and day driving is strictly close to home. At this point, comparing myself to what I hear from others with dry AMD, I'm in somewhat better condition. But the rate at which my vision is deteriorating is ongoing and scary. My grandmother and mother both lived to be in their late 90s, and there's no reason to think that I won't live that long. But the prospect of being blind or nearly blind is depressing and such a waste. Thank goodness for the Foundation Fighting Blindness, the Lighthouse for the Blind, and Low Vision Specialists. These are my heroes who have helped educate me on helpful lighting tints, lamps, and eyewear lenses. But each of us with AMD has to find out about these resources on our own. Ophthalmologists, retina specialists are not schooled or very helpful. They diagnose and treat where there is a treatment. There is such redundancy in effort to get help with low vision. And the warning words of my retina specialists are, your condition could go from dry to wet at any moment. As such, I've become much more reticent to strike out across the state, let alone the globe, and no more solo travel for me. My world is shrinking despite the fact that I'm in excellent physical shape, other than my eyes. I check the Amsler grid almost daily to assure the lines haven't become squiggly, a sure sign that there's bleeding behind the retina. And while there are treatments for wet AMD, the idea of getting monthly shots in my eyes is really quite terrifying. My independent search for a clinical study or treatment eventually led me to the Retina Foundation of the Southwest in Dallas, Texas. This research organization conducts investigation on dry AMD and other eye diseases. I have enrolled as a patient and may be eligible for a clinical trial specifically for dry AMD. In fact, my nearly 80-year-old brother and I are participating in their sibling study this year, 2024. Even though my brother and I share similar genetic material, he does not have AMD. In fact, he's still working as an instructor airline pilot. Go figure. In the study, they will analyze why only I have AMD. Their researchers can also test our stem cells on the effectiveness of any available medicine that has been FDA approved. Also, using our stem cells, they may modify or edit my genes using CRISPR technology and attempt to reverse or decelerate my vision loss. This is a very exciting possibility. But I realize that the study progression will be slow and maybe years before outcomes can be applied. Regardless, this is the very first time I have had any hope at all. for my treatment for a treatment for dry AMD. And frankly, if it doesn't work for me, I appreciate being part of an effort to solve the problem. It has been so distressing to hear again and again, there is just nothing we can do for you. Myself and millions hope that the FDA will more aggressively pursue and approve treatments for dry AMD. I thank you and appreciate the opportunity to share my AMD story with you.
Hello, my name is Rob. I live in Lincolnshire, Illinois, a northern suburb of Chicago. Prior to my retirement, my career was spent in the information technology industry. I have had dry macular degeneration with geographic atrophy for about 12 years now. In the 12 years since my initial diagnosis, my vision has gone from not being able to tie a line on a fish hook to not reading well to not seeing a semi-truck 100 yards ahead of me on the highway to then not driving at all. These events are life-changing. In early 2023, the first treatment was announced for AMD. It is not a be-all or end-all, but at least something that will slow down the progress. A second similar treatment option appeared later that fall. The thought of getting a shot in the eye is abhorrent. Additionally, there are other factors to consider, such as the chance of the dry turning to wet, more on that later, a slight chance of injection infection, and other complications. Keep in mind those complications are all real, but statistically insignificant. No other choices are available, and there is a 100% chance it will get worse if nothing is done. After 6 months of deliberation, I decided to quit being afraid, toughen up, and start going for the shot. I chose Syfovre. 1 week before my first shot, my left eye blew up and turned to wet. So much for the concern about the drug causing increased chances. My doctor said one thing at a time and treated that eye first. This postponed treating the AMD for another month. I feel I have wasted 6 months of potential help. I'm about 3 months into the eye injections. Are they working? That's a good question, as it is far too early to tell. I only hope that what was proven during the clinical trial works for me. The good news is my specialist says the effectiveness numbers are coming in even better now, and I'm even more encouraging. A friend in Texas reports that after 6 months, his specialists think disease has stopped or seriously stalled. That gives me even more hope. The injections in the eye are tolerable. The washing and desensitizing are annoying, and the shot, though is psychologically difficult, is not a big deal. Shame on me for thinking it was. If a flu shot is a 1, this is a 2. In my case, access to the specialist giving the drug is a real problem. He's about an hour and a half away, so between the commuting and the office visit, it just about ruins an entire day. Not to mention the cost of the Ubers. I was asked what else I would like if I can't have a cure. The first thing would be a test to find this problem much earlier. Secondly, a pill or injection that would stop it completely from further progress. And this would, of course, eliminate the annoyance and inconvenience of injections. The third thing would be a pill to replace the injections. And if nothing else, a more powerful drug to lessen the frequency of injections. In looking toward the future, I will stick with my current drug program and rely on friends to help me out when they can. I'm quite certain Mother Nature will tell me when it's time to leave my home. I will continue to pray for a miracle from my God or for the drug companies to come up with something better. Though the clinical trial results from these two drugs appeared minimal at first, they are at least something. Thank you to the FDA for approving them. It is at least gives us some degree of hope. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Rob, and to all of our panelists this afternoon for helping us understand what you've been doing to try to make living life with dry AMD a little bit easier, you know, the gaps that still exist, and really what you're looking for from future treatments. And now is our opportunity to expand that discussion now for the second time today to all of you, the people living with dry AMD that are in our audience and their direct caregivers, and bring you into this discussion. If you'd like to share some of your treatment experiences, this is a great opportunity to call in and have your voice heard. You can call in now at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. And one more time, you can call in now or any point in our afternoon session, 1-703-844-3231. If you call in, we'll chat with you and get you in the queue as part of our discussion. So we hope to hear from you. But now, as we're thinking about this topic of treatments, we want to get a sense of the experience of our audience. So we invite all of you, our patients and caregivers, to participate in polling. Again, we understand that polling technology may be difficult to access for some of you. If you have someone that can assist with you with this, we encourage you to go ahead and bring that person in. But at this time, you can open up a tab in a browser. You can open up a browser on a tablet or a phone or any other device and go to www.pollev.com/dry AMD. That's www.pollev.com/dry AMD. Once you get there to this polling webpage, you'll be able to keep this up for the remainder of the afternoon session. Anytime we go to a new question, that it will automatically appear there for you to be able to respond. All you need to do is click on the responses that apply to you, and they will be submitted. There's no submit button that you need to find and click on. We'll be reading through these, so if you aren't able to access them, you'll be able to understand the topics that we're covering. And what's most important is that we actually hear from you and hear about your experiences. So we'll encourage everyone to call in and write in. So our first question for this afternoon is we want to know, what medical treatments have you used for dry AMD, or that your loved ones used for dry AMD? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, vitamin A, B, Arids vitamins, C, Syfovre or Izervay, D, medications to manage behaviors, anxiety or depression, E, medications to aid with sleep, F, an investigational medicine in a clinical trial, G, I have not used many medications or medical treatments, or H, if you've used some other medications or supplements that aren't listed here on the slide. So we'll give folks a moment here if they to get in responses if you haven't already. As a reminder, for any question where people can select more than one option, the percentages that are on the right side of the slide are a percentage of total responses, not a percentage of people who have made any one selection. So we like to think of the kind of orange bars that we're seeing as kind of relative rankings amongst these different items. I see a few responses are still coming in. I want to give everyone a chance to get into the polling system so we can follow your responses throughout the afternoon. But as it stands, it looks like the greatest experience that we have in our audience are the AREDS vitamins, followed by Syfovre and Izervay. We have some other medications and supplements that aren't listed. We haven't provided in any other response options, and some people who have reported that they have not used any medications or medical treatments. If we go to our next polling question, besides those medications and medical treatments, we know there's a lot of things that people with dry AMD use or do to try to make living life a little bit easier. So we'd like to know what are those things that you've used, and you can select all that apply. The options are A, magnifiers, B, screen readers or other devices or software, C, closed circuit television, D, portable lighting devices, E, low vision therapy, F, retinal prosthesis like artificial retina, G, experimental devices in a clinical trial, or H, some other type of medical treatment that you've used or treatment approach that you use besides medical treatments. And again, you can select all that apply. We'll give everyone a few more moments here to get their responses in. It's looking like we have some experience with portable lighting devices. We heard certainly about some of that this morning. We'll, though, would like to hear kinds of the different settings and scenarios where that kind of thing is either valuable or where maybe it isn't as valuable. We do see good experience across with magnifiers, screen readers, and other software, even low vision therapists and closed circuit televisions, and even some other things that we didn't have listed. So we'd certainly encourage and welcome you to call in and share some of those things. No one is reporting experience with retinal prosthesis or experimental devices in clinical trials. We have one more question here before we jump into the discussion. In this third polling question, we want to know how well does your current treatment regimen control the overall condition? So you or your loved one's dry AMD. Do current treatments control the current condition overall? A, not at all. B, very little. C, somewhat. D, to a great extent. Or E, not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything. So as you're making your selection on this one, we really want you to think about why you've made the selection you've made. What treatments are you using or is your loved one using? Why are for the roughly 75% of people who are saying somewhat, where is it helping? Where is it not, to where you're not rating it higher than that? And for those of you who are selecting not at all, again, what things have you tried, and why are you reporting that they haven't really helped the overall condition? So we really want to hear the specifics behind this. This is really just to help get us thinking about the topic as we then go into the discussion. So I want to thank everyone for participating in those initial set of polling questions, again, to help us get a sense of our audience's experiences. Again, if you'd like to share your treatment experiences, we welcome you to call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments to this and all of our other questions. If you're following along on the live player page, you can just scroll down. There's a comment box under the player, and you can type in your responses and submit those, and we'll get those and be able to read them throughout the program. If you were with us this morning, you heard Todd sharing the responses we got during the morning program. Now, as we're focused on this topic first of current treatments, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel. Some of your peers who will be with us this afternoon as we're exploring these topics of current and future treatments. And so, Lynn, maybe we can start with you. As we're thinking about all of these different current treatment approaches, I'd like us to start on maybe the things that have been most helpful, whether that's in a big way or a small way. What comes to mind for you?
Well, for me, I have moved to Philadelphia so I could be closer to Will's Eye Hospital, and I have started on a shot for only my left eye. My right eye is beyond that being helped, but it's given me some hope, and they're very encouraging there. It's amazing to go there. I only have to go every 2 months, and the doctors and the staff there are wonderful and really encourage looking in all directions. But right now, the hope is that it just slows down the degradation of the macula. And if it does that, I'd be happy. Yeah. I'm 85. I've changed my whole life when I stopped driving. It meant I've always lived in wonderful, pretty little cities that don't have sidewalks and don't have downtowns. And I came to Philadelphia 2 years ago at 83, and no family is here, although close by. And I have 4 children who've been great and come to visit quite often. Yeah. But it's just a whole new life for me. And I love being able to walk. I still can go myself to the store, to museums, my sight isn't wonderful, but I'm doing everything I can right now, not waiting anymore. So very thankful for the doctors and the support though at Will's. It's encouraging to be there. And also to see when you go in there from the age of infants to much older than me that are there every time I'm there.
Sure. So Lynn, as you're kind of, sharing what is a pretty big, life change to up and move to a city away from the smaller towns that don't have those sidewalks, can you just share with us a little bit about, what went into your decision making to make that move? Were there a lot of factors? Was it really, one or two things?
The biggest factor was that I couldn't drive anymore. My husband and I were married for 60 years. He always was the driver, although I drove, of course, when you have children and you do your share. But he died right at the beginning of COVID, and we were still living in Wilmington, North Carolina, wonderful place on the beach, where one of our children is also retired. But there was nowhere I could walk to. I would have needed a car to go for bread and milk and, to church or to the doctors or to anywhere. And I didn't want to be dependent on anybody to do that. My husband and I were very fortunate to have gone to live in Europe a long time ago. He was sent for work. And then we kind of stayed in France for the last 20 years when he was retired, half of the year. So we've lived in Paris, which is a city much, much like Philadelphia. In fact, Philadelphia and Paris are sister cities. If you all remember when we used to have sister cities here. And Paris is Philadelphia's sister city, mainly because there are not too many high-rise buildings that block all your views, wonderful parks and trees and grass in the city here. Yeah. Not quite as pretty as Paris, but the museums are wonderful here. And it's great. I like a city. And we had lived maybe for 20 years, our children went through a lot of their schooling in Bucks County, which is just north of Philly. So the city was familiar to me, but not to live in.
Yeah, no, Lynn, that's very helpful, and as I mentioned, when we're talking about treatments, we're not limiting this to just medications and medical treatments. So even the lifestyle modification of needing to move to a more urban setting, to have access to ability to walk safely outdoors and have activities that are more accessible to you really is an important topic. So I appreciate you raising that. I'd like to bring Louise into this discussion. Again, as we're focusing on the range of different current treatments, what we're referring to under that broad umbrella of treatments. Has there been anything that for you stands out as being most helpful? Oh,
Everybody.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. I'm Luis. I live between Mexico, Austin, and New York. I'm currently in Mexico City. I'm 61 years old. I was diagnosed with dry AMD with geographic atrophy about 7 years ago. And about a little over 2 years ago, it got very aggressive. And in a matter of 2 or 3 months, I lost almost all my capacity of the central vision. It's an interesting case because usually you have 5, 7, 8 drusen's in your macula. I have hundreds, smaller ones, but I have many ones, and they were very aggressive. And one of the things that I'm very concerned is my father, who is 94 now, 95. He has also dry AMD, and it's very hard because you project yourself. He lost almost all the vision now, and it's very hard because you project yourself in the future, and it's not a nice feeling to have that. What I have tried, basically, I think most of the stuff, AREDs, that's when I started taking. More recently, my doctor said that I should retire AREDs because it was not making any impact. And in fact, because I started losing, going out in the sun is very hard for me because the light damages a lot, and it takes me a couple hours once I'm inside a home again. To have a better vision. And I also lost my capacity to distinguish colors. So I see almost everything in shades of gray and black and white. Basically, I think one of the biggest concerns I have is when you project in the future, that gives you a lot of anxiety. I was the CEO for a multinational company, and I'm still very active and very optimistic. I'm doing, as we talk, I'm being treated by a doctor at the Columbia Eye Institute. And I am on a trial on the NIH where they are producing a new macula for me based on my stem cells. But basically, I think this is a very early trial because we still don't know how to implant that. I'm taking several vitamins that were recommended, but basically what I'm doing, I'm using a lot of devices that help me, make my life easier. And I'm still learning to learn about more devices, which I think in the short term is what can help.
Yeah. So to follow up on a couple of things that you mentioned, maybe first just on those devices, are you referring to like magnification devices, or is this more devices to help you, navigate, technology like computers? Could you just kind of describe that a little bit for us?
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things that happened to me is more, magnifiers do not help me a lot because I prefer to see everything white on black. Any other alternative in terms of contrast doesn't work for me. So I tried all my devices. They need to convert things into white on black. For example, I cannot read a book, or I cannot, of course, reading is almost impossible for me now. I use devices to either from the OrCam or for, seeing AI, there are different applications that help you doing that. So reading is very tough for me. Basically, I use like Clover Book, which helps me change the contrast of colors because, there's no other capacity for me to see red or green or all this. So that's what I use a lot, and that helped me a lot. And more recently, to see TV, I tried to use some amplifier lens, although they don't help a lot, but it's a little bit, and it gets some improvement on that.
I see. That's very helpful to understand. And then the other thing that you mentioned I want to follow up on is, you were talking about that you still take a number of different supplements and that you were on AREDS. Can you just kind of talk about what your treatment goals were with being on those and how you've been kind of tracking and following whether or not those have been helping you?
Well, it is as we have heard, it's very hard to see what's helping or not, because at the end of the day, what you want is at least to delay the process. In my case, it is very aggressive, the amount of vision I lost in 2 years, so I don't know if it's helping or not. So I'm also recommended to me to take doxycycline. And basically, doxycycline is an anti-inflammatory, and we're trying that. It's a high doses that I'm taking, and we don't know if it's still working or not. So that's why I started this mid last year.
Okay.
More recently, I changed to acetanil, which is basically to help me with dark and light, because that's what's bothering me. My spectrum for seeing light is reducing, so it's hard in the night. And when I have too much light, it bothers me a lot. So up to a moment where you almost cry because of the light, it really bothers me a lot. Sure. So that's basically what I'm taking now. Besides, regular vitamins like fish oil and things like that are not only for vision, but eventually could help.
Sure. Well, Luis, thank you so much for exploring those different topics with me. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Robert from Chandler, Arizona, living with dry AMD, and wants to talk about some adaptive vision devices that he's been using. So, Robert, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Hi, welcome. You want to tell us about how these devices, maybe where they're helping and where they don't?
Well, they help in some ways. You have to get used to you get the idea that you get new glasses or you get some new device and it's going to return everything the way it used to be when you remembered you had good vision. It's not quite true. And I've tried several of the wearable video magnifiers. They do allow me to, like when I go to my grandchildren's concerts or graduations or that, I don't just see a blur of people in the distance. I can actually focus in and watch them perform or see them receive their diploma. So in that way, when I'm out in a large group setting, it allows me, rather than seeing a blur, it allows me to see people and see what's going on. It helps me use the computer to some extent, because it will magnify the smaller print that's on the computer, although I found other ways of doing that with the computer. So I use it. It doesn't really allow me to read, but it does allow me to, for example, if I'm in the kitchen or trying to do some things where I need to do things, it's easier for me to do small tasks. I can zoom in on the buttons on the oven, or I can zoom in on the screw that I'm trying to tighten, or things like that. So it does work for me, and I use it whenever I can, and lately I've been using it more because my vision's been decreasing. I hope that those technologies improve and get a little lighter and maybe a little bit better, but we'll have to wait and see. But I do depend upon them. I also use a video magnifier with a camera that I attach to my computer when I'm doing standalone work and I don't need to move around.
Oh, wow. So when you're talking about, being able to kind of magnify and see, things that you're doing, like, screwing in a screw, seeing buttons. So this is a, portable and wearable device?
Yes, I put it on my head, and the one I've tried several. There are several of them out there, and I've tried 3 of them, and I purchased one. One I tried purchasing was on back order. One I didn't like because it was more like one of those VR goggles. It was too confining. The one that I was wearing this morning when I was on the Zoom panel this morning, it sits on my head and I can flip it down. So when I can walk around with it tilted up so that I'm using what vision I have to navigate.
I see.
And then when I need the close up, I drop the thing down, and what it does is the camera points to what's in front of me, and I have the remote control to control the magnification.
I see.
And then right in front of my eyeglasses are two video screens, very small video screens under that visor, and they're putting that video image with whatever magnification I've chosen on the remote right in front of my eyes. It's sort of like standing up in front of a large TV to read it, so that if I have to, insert batteries into something and I need to get the placement and see which is the plus and minus, I can zoom in and get it so that I can fit it. Or tighten the screw if something's come loose someplace. I can still do those kind of things.
Yeah.
And then when I go to like my grandchildren's guitar concert, they're in an ensemble up on the stage, and it's just a blur of people because I'm sitting in the back. I can zoom in far enough so that I can just see them sitting in there and playing their music while I'm listening to the group perform.
Yeah.
And that makes the experience that much more enjoyable.
Yeah. Well, Robert,
Worth
thank
the money
you.
that I had to spend.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's great to hear, not only things that are kind of imminently in front of you, like, the screwdriver, but also things that are far away, that it's giving you that opportunity to zoom in. So I really appreciate you calling and kind of sharing that. Louise, on our Zoom panel, I think you had something to add to what the caller was saying.
Yes. I also tried many video amplifiers. The only one I have not tried yet is the Apple Pro. And after trying many of them, I bought one. And the problem I have with the video amplifiers is that there are two faults here. First one is I cannot use them for more than 15 or 20 minutes because it's too bright and your eyes just cannot, you cannot use that too much.
Right.
And second, that they get very dangerous because, the delay between the camera and what you see, there are a couple milliseconds, but it's enough for you to, have an accident. So you gotta be careful in using that. But the biggest problem is that I cannot use that for more than 20 minutes. But for me, it helps a lot because I can see a little bit of color and, I can see better image like it was mentioned before. But the problem is that you cannot use that for too long.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, thank you for sharing that and helping us, understand that very important limitation, especially given what you were saying earlier about sensitivity to light. I do want to, Pete, maybe come to you as we're exploring different, treatment approaches, what maybe been most useful, or, even something that maybe, you've tried that's, hasn't been as helpful. Any treatments that you'd like to share with us?
Sure. I'm Pete. I'm from the Woodlands, Texas, just north of Houston. I have a geographic atrophy. I'm fortunate that I've been on Syfovre for a full year. I was diagnosed with possible AMD probably 30 years ago. They've been watching it. I've been watching it carefully because both my mother and her sister, my aunt, went legally blind with it in their late 80s, early 90s. And now my younger sister has been diagnosed also with geographic atrophy and has started treatment with the Izervay. So I know it's a hereditary piece. I'm very different than almost everybody I've heard on all the panels today. I've been waiting to hear someone else like me. The doctor that started the program was the first one that ever mentioned, he called it non-central geographic atrophy, I think is what she called it. And that's basically what I have. My retinologist calls it donut hole. In the very center, I am 2025 and 2030. And when they put that white chart on the wall with the black letters, I can read almost to the bottom line. I'm really good, but I'm losing things around it. And last week I had to go in. I was finally due to take my driving test to see if I could keep my license. I haven't driven for 2 years and made a very good choice not to. But I waited to take that test. They had the letters on a piece of paper that wasn't lit. It was on a green background with black letters. I could not see a single thing. And they just kind of said, forget it, you're done.
Oh, wow.
So mine is very different than everybody else. The treatments, the Cypher-V, I've had 6 shots now. I'm a year into it. Everybody says it's slowing it. One of the things that I say with Cypher-V, or I guess with the Izervay, they say it's never going to stop it. It's never going to reverse it. And as a result, I don't know how well I'm doing. I am progressing just a little bit, I think. I tell my wife one day I feel really good. Another day, everything seems to be going worse on me. And because all it's doing is slowing progression, and I don't know what progression would be.
Right.
It kind of leaves me kind of hanging.
Yeah.
I am excited to see all the different things that are coming up. I've been following a lot of stuff with programs like this and focus groups and everything else. And it reminds me of something that one of the ophthalmologists told me probably 25 years ago was, Pete, there's going to be a cure for this, just not in your lifetime. And I'm seeing my lifetime, I'm 77, I'm seeing my lifetime get shorter, but I'm seeing the distance between those cures or other things coming. So I'm excited to see what's coming.
Yeah. Well, Pete, thank you for sharing some of those experiences. On the Syfovre, you mentioned that, it's, the idea is that it's slowing your progression, but, you don't know what your progression is. So, it's kind of, you're unsure if it's helping you or not. But in spite of that uncertainty, you continue on the product. Could you just share with us like your thinking and decision making of what keeps you continuing to receive the product?
Definitely. And it goes back that I've been seeing the retinologist for 5 years now, I guess, was diagnosed with the GA. And my retinologist is very active in trials and offered me 3 or 4 trials. And I looked at those trials, chose not to go with the trials because the rules around the trials was that you get it in one eye. I'm equal in both eyes, almost exactly equal in both eyes. You get it in one eye, and there's about a 50%, 60% chance that you're getting a placebo, and you're going in for all this treatments plus all the extra tests beyond that. And I said, I want to just stay with what I have. When Syfovre was announced, and I was told about 6 months before it was announced that it was coming, I kept following it. When it came, I was ready to go, and I got on it as soon as it was available. It became available in February. I got my ophthalmologist or my retinologist to get me on it in April. I'm doing that because it's proactive. With it, whether it's working and whether it's going to work long range, I don't know. But I saw what happened to my mother, my aunt. And I just want to try it.
And the trade-offs of that, the injections and the inherent, risks around that, that's something that, for that potential of benefit, that's something you're willing to take on?
It's interesting. I have never worn contacts. I do wear glasses for distance. I've never worn contacts. I didn't want anything in my eye. I'm one of those people that don't go near my eyes, don't touch my eyes. I didn't even like using eye drops. But I said, I've got to do this. And so I went in and gosh, it really isn't that bad. When they put the shot in, and those that have had the Syfovre know that they're told that it's a much thicker than the stuff they use for the wet, for the wet. He has to really push on it. I see a bubble roll across my eyes, and my eyes are red for a day or two, and then I'm fine. So I'm happy with it right now. I'm anxious to see with my sister getting the Izervay, what her reactions are also. I know there's a risk. I talked to my doctor. I said, but I know there's a treatment for wet. So if it takes me to wet, that's fine. I have a very close friend who's getting treatment for wet that just in the last 2 weeks got an infection from his shots, but I'm seeing they're clearing him up. So I'm saying I'm willing to take the risk.
Yeah, well, that's very helpful to hear your thinking and kind of the both sides of the benefit and risk coin there. Rosanna, did you have something you wanted to add on to this?
Hi, I would like to ask Pete, are you doing Syfovre in both of your eyes or just one?
Yes, I'm doing in both eyes. My answer was, in fact, my retinologist offered them in both eyes the very first time, and I did them in both eyes right away. I know with my sister on the eye survey, they did her one eye, and then a week later they did the other eye. I'm doing fine with it. I'm willing to take the risk because both eyes are equal, and I really do think it is slowing it down, but I have no way to prove it.
Thank you for adding that, Pete. I do know that we've had a written comment come in, so I want to check in, Todd, on what current treatments are we hearing about?
Yeah, thanks, James. This is an anonymous comment, and I don't think we've heard anybody mention this specific treatment or management approach, but this person writes, the iPhone has been a great blessing. Thanks to training I located here in Fort Lauderdale at the Lighthouse. They also sent a therapist to my home to teach me new ways of doing things.
Yeah. And we had a little discussion earlier about, kind of physical and occupational therapy as well, and it came up this morning. But thank you for writing in, and please continue to keep those comments coming. You can use the written comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along. I do want to broaden the discussion a little bit around current treatments, and so I'm going to take us to our next polling question. So again, you can open that browser, whether it's on your a computer or on another device like a tablet or even a phone. Again, you can go there now at www.pollev.com/dry AMD. So here, our question for you is, we're still focusing on current treatment approaches, but in thinking about those, we want to know what are the biggest drawbacks of your current approaches, and you can select up to 3. So the options are A, that it's not very effective at treating the target symptom. B, it only treats some, but not all symptoms. C, it has limited availability or accessibility. D, side effects. E, route of administration. F, it requires too much effort and or time commitment. G, some other biggest drawback to your current approach that's not otherwise listed here. Or H, not applicable as you're not using any treatments. We'll give people a few minutes here to get into the system again. We know that it can be difficult, but again, you can go to that webpage, pollev.com/dry AMD. So again, we'll give a few moments here to get any additional responses into these questions. See some movement in here. We're seeing some of the top biggest drawbacks being reported, being that they're not very effective at treating the target symptom, also that there's limited availability or accessibility. We see kind of as a second tier, side effects and route of administration coming up as some of the biggest drawbacks. And so, as we're kind of continuing this discussion of current treatment approaches, we want to kind of hear about, where things are helping, where maybe they're not, but also whether or not it's working, are there any of these trade-offs or downsides that you're coping with as a result? And so if you'd like to call in and share your experiences, again, with current treatments, we'd encourage you to do so. That phone number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. And you can also, again, write in using that comment box. If you scroll down on the web page under the player where you're watching and following along with this program, you can submit written comments as well. So I want to come back to our Zoom panel here as we're going into this, continuing this discussion of current treatments. We haven't had a chance to hear from Joan yet, so I'd like to bring you into the conversation, again, whether it's something that maybe is helping, maybe something you've tried that hasn't been as helpful, or something that has a trade-off. Joanne, would love to get your thoughts on this.
I really don't. Yes, I'm Joanne Christ in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I've been listening to all of this, and I have to say, for having gone to our large ophthalmology group for about 25 years, at a lot of times every 4 to 6 months. I can't say that I really get a lot of help. I mean, they examine. At one point, about 15 years ago, I suddenly discovered that when I was driving and I closed one eye, and in my other eye, I saw all the cars look like they had been in the demolition derby. Everything was all wonky, and so they did. My right eye had gone to the wet, and they did an injection, I guess a steroid, and a couple of laser treatments. And luckily, I have not had that occur again. So my ophthalmologist a few years ago tried 3 times the injections, and I have no idea what it was, but it obviously did not result in any kind of improvement. So I have had very little for all the times I've gone. I've been stable, fairly stable. There's very little change now. I'm only once a year now, so I really can't offer very much on that as far as new treatments and all. For devices, it has been helpful to have the CCTV screen where I project, so I can still. I'm an avid cook and baker and entertainer and all, and I can at least still. I have 6 shelves of cookbooks. So I can still at least do that because I can put it there and read my ingredients and things like that. I have one of the handheld things that I can take with me to magnify in the grocery store or something like that. But that's about it for me. I'm fairly stable after 25 years of dealing with this. And of course it is audiobooks. Audiobooks, thank God. I can still belong to my book club. I would like for for Siri to do more for me than she does.
Yeah.
That is one thing I would like. I mean, my husband orders my books for my phone.
Right.
And I can make my phone calls. Fred puts my contacts in the phone, and so I can do that with Siri. But I would like Siri to be enhanced more for my visual benefit.
Yeah, is there an example, like something that comes to mind, like if Siri could do something more than right now that you'd want her to do?
Yes, it's very frustrating when things pop up unexpectedly. They put something in there and I don't know what it says. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I would like to be able to ask Siri what this is.
Right.
And so if Fred is around, I say, okay, what is this? What does this want me to do? What is this saying? So that's frustrating. Yeah. So anyway, I related a lot to what Patricia had to say. I've been a very active person all my life. I was an airline stewardess for TWA when I was young. I have been in the 70s and 80s and 90s a prominent watercolor artist in New Mexico. I was a high-ranked tennis player, number 2 in the Southwest, and et cetera, et cetera. So, of course, this has been hard for 25 years. But I have pretty good peripheral vision, so that helps. I don't experience some of the things that some of the others have talked about with color blindness and things like that. So anyway, I don't know. I've really been interested to know what is progressing as far as research with stem cells. That seems to me, in my unmedical experience, to think that that would be something wonderful. And we missed the doctor talking about the stem cell research, but that, I mean, I know it's not going to come in time for me, but if I pass this on to any of my grandchildren, I say, you know, by then I think there will be something that would
Well, thank you
counteract.
so much, Joanne. I know we have a couple of hands up, but I do want to go to Rosanna first. We haven't had a chance to bring her into this discussion on current treatments. Rosanna, is there, you know, again, we kind of started with things that maybe are most helpful. We've shifted to things maybe that haven't helped us so much or come with some downside. You know, everything's still on the table. So is there something that comes to mind to you in terms of a current treatment approach that you'd like to share?
Well, when I started, I have wet on my left eye and I'm blind, so it's gone. And my right has dry and has a lot of GA. So I need to be very cautious on what I'm gonna use because there is such a small vision left that we don't want to progress the speed of the blindness. We know it's going to come, but for now, it's better do nothing. And that's what I'm doing. I'm doing eating blueberries. I take my vitamins, my reds too. I am a great fan of a white cane. I think it's very important because when people look at you, they don't know you are blind or visually impaired. And it's a mark that will show that sometimes you do need help and you are not doing things because you are a bully. And in terms of accessibility, I'm still using Apple because I believe it's the best built-in accessible devices. I try to keep updated with apps. I have a good friend that is here today, which is Luis, and we share a lot of experiences, a lot of knowledge. I think it's really important to have someone that counts steps and bags and steps again all the way because you feel you are not alone. I think it's very important to take care of your mental health because when you start as a helicopter pilot, you are downgraded to drive your car. Now I'm riding my bicycle and they want to take my bicycle away from me and I'm gonna have only my 2 feet. And oh my God, where this thing is taking me, I'm still too young to give up. I don't want to give up. So mental health, therapy, supporting groups. I believe we need some more information from the FDA and from the orgs. I feel much more tranquil now that I belong to the foundation because I can rely on the information that is coming from there. And it's all about having help of my husband that is here that keeps me going on and not much more. At the beginning of my journey 17 years ago, I was like Batman. I had a utility belt filled up with the things that I need to have. I don't use them anymore. The yellow lens, orange lens, all the devices, I try all them, even the Google Pro, the Apple Pro. They might help a little in one specific situation. It's very difficult. They are all very expensive. I believe in cars that will drive for us because not driving is a freaky thing. I believe in ships that will read for us, the implanting ships. And I believe in stem cells. I believe in science. And that's what I put my hopes on. I don't think it's gonna be to my journey, but it's gonna help the others, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, thank you so much, Rosanna. Pete, how about we'll come to you, and then right after Pete, we'll go to Louise to add to this current treatment discussion. But Rosanna, thank you so much for covering so much there. Pete?
Second, a lot of Rosanna said, and I've heard several of the members here today and earlier today mention Apple products. I'm not doing a commercial now, but I just recently discovered something called Apple Viz, APPLEVIS, and it's a website that Apple has, and a group that you can go. It's kind of a social media group, but on there they list all of the different applications that are being put on iPhones and iPads that are coming new. I just got an email from them earlier this week that probably added 30 or 40 new apps. I look for those. I find those very helpful. Not all of them, but I think for what a lot of people I've heard here, it really is a good place to look. I also appreciate you said that the Foundation Bright Focus is another group that I'm very active in. I think we do need more support groups. I agree totally with Roseanne. I don't know. I just now finally met a friend in my area that has GA, or actually has wet, but I don't know anybody else. We need ways to focus, I think, and that's why I really like what I'm hearing here, and I've loved everything I've seen today.
Well, thank you so much, Pete, for adding on there. And Louise?
100% aligned with Pete. I was lucky enough that someone introduced me to Rosanna, and although we joke because we never met, and our hope is that one day we'll be able to see each other. So let's see in the future something happens. I have two comments here which I think are relevant to think. First one, in terms of the FDA, this is a devastating problem. Any projections you see by 2040, at least we're going to have 240 million people with this devastating disease. So it's too much of the problem is too big. And I think one of the issues I see is that, even when you compare Europe to the US, the acceptance for failures and all this is totally different from the FDA, from the European Drug Administration institution. So I think, probably the problem is so big that the FDA should take more risks. Second, I think the timeframes for the development in the trials taking too long, and maybe they should have allowed phase 2 to 1 to 3, things like that, because the problem is too big not to find to speed up define the solution. And the third component I have is the Foundation for Fighting Blindness podcasts are absolutely great. It has been very helpful for me, and I encourage everybody to listen to them.
Well, Louise, I have a follow-up question for you. Because you're kind of saying, regulators need to take more risks. We certainly heard the urgency of the unmet need, given from what we've heard today, which speaks to your second point. But I kind of, in order for regulators, drug developers, everyone to kind of know how to proceed, we also need to know, how patients think about risks. And so, when you were saying that, for you, is that related to, are you willing to, try new therapies that maybe are a little bit more uncertain in terms of how well they'll work for you? Are you willing to try new therapies that maybe come with more safety risks than existing treatments have today? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just very curious in terms of what types of risks you'd be willing to accept, because that's going to help the whole field understand.
Well, I think it's a risk benefit, and I think I would be willing to take things. But my comment also has to do with, if you look at most of the trials, you go to trial.org, for example, and most of the trials, they're too long. It's still, you like phase 1 and we get 5 patients, and a year and a half from now, we're probably going to have 12 or 15 patients. And I think the problem is not necessarily with the patients. Maybe we need to look at the process in a different way and not have 50-50 in terms of placebo and the real drug. probably we need to find an alternative way, not the one-size-fits-all solution for the FDA.
Yeah.
We need to look at this in a different way, because it's too much of a devastating problem to have a one-size-fits-all process for the FDA, and including the acceptance for failure is less than half of what we have in Europe, for example. And I understand this overall as an overall policy, but at the end of the day, if we keep growing these numbers, the problem is for any government, for any person, is too much of a problem.
Yeah, thank you so much, Louise. We do have one more topic we do need to cover today. So Rosanna, if you can make a quick comment here.
If I had my two eyes with dry AMD, I would try whatever in one eye. I don't have that, so I'm pretty much conservative now. I prefer to not do any trial. My personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosanna. And yes, we expect everybody, and that's why it's so important to hear so many voices here today. Everyone has different preferences and hopes, and we want to understand that wide range of that. So for our last topic of the day here, with the time that we have, we do want to shift gears looking towards the future. And already some of you have been, we've been hearing, and people have been expressing their thoughts about what could be valuable in the future. But I want to kind of frame it in a very specific way as we think about this, which is short of a complete cure for dry AMD. What specific things would you look for in a next treatment that would come down the line? Or maybe worded slightly differently, as if a new treatment did become available, what questions would you ask to help inform whether or not you would try that new therapy? And again, we know that these are going to be all very individual, just as every question has been. But we're not really focused on what type of therapy it would be, what type of technology, whether it's a drug or a device necessarily. But really, what is it that you personally would look for, whether it's in terms of the outcome of the treatment and what would be meaningful to you, or it could be avoiding some of these downsides that you've been describing, limitations of what's currently available. And so, as we're thinking about this kind of, it's almost a little bit of a future wish list. Maybe Lynn, we can start with you. What would you like to see?
Well, of course, rather than have it where it just is slowing down the degradation of your macula, that something would turn around and improve it. That seems to be asking a lot. Maybe if it could just stop where it is, and it's not going any further. It's difficult. I know I didn't realize that I was so enthused about these tests until I moved here, and I was close to a big hospital that does many clinical studies, and I was only there a month or two till they called me to ask me if I would be in a study.
Yeah.
And I went through all kind of things with the physical and blah blah blah, and I was so encouraged, not so much that I thought it would help me, but that it might help somebody, and it was something you were doing, rather than just sitting there. And then I got a call saying they were sorry, but now that one of the other researchers had looked at both of my eyes, I would not be able to fit into the study. And I was heartbroken for about a week. But I didn't think it was going to make me better, but I just felt like you were doing something rather than just sitting there. 15 years ago or whenever, my retina guy just tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Good luck, take those vitamins," and that was it. So, but that's how I would feel about it. I would try. I would do something. They ask.
Yeah, and so you said that if something could do a little bit more than maybe what's available now. You were saying if something could help stop progression. Personally for you, Lynn, what would that mean? What would that if something was able to do that for you?
Well, if it would stop now, it means I could continue to live the way I'm doing right now. I don't know how long I can do this. So you're always kind of on the precipice. You know, I make plans, I have trips. I'm going to Italy next month and to Paris, and I'm doing all these things, but I don't know how long I'm going to do them. And it would be nice to think that that would be one problem I didn't have to worry about.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Lynn. Joanne, I'd like to ask you this same question, you know, in terms of, you know, short of that cure, what would you like to see in future therapy?
Well, as a cure, my dream would be that using our own stem cells would reverse and grow back those photoreceptors. That's quite a dream, but that would be miraculous and wonderful if something like that could happen.
We'll just go around here because this is such an important question. I do want to hear from each of you. Louise, you know, as you're, you know, everybody here is a little differently situated. For you and your situation, what would you like to see in a ideal future treatment that's short of that complete cure?
Well, I think first, because the problem is so big, and I think what we need, and the retina, you know, there's about 300 genes that impact the problems on the retina. And I think what we are seeing is a lot of spots of development thing, and I think we can do a better task force to join efforts to solve problems in the retina. Either if it's GA, either if it's wet, or either even if it's RP or Stargardt. So I think you know, we cannot tackle this with spots in different pharmaceutical companies and research. So I think if we unite forces, we can generate more results. Second one, of course, is to slow down. That's the first thing, and eventually, if this can be reversed, of course, that's the dream of everybody. But I'm optimistic. I think I still hope I'll see the face of my grandkids, and I'll be able to look at myself in the mirror, and I'll be able to pick my clothes and make color matching in a better way.
Oh, well, thank you for that, Louise. You know, both kind of both you know, sides of what you're looking for there. So, Rosanna, we'll bring you in next here on your kind of preferences for future treatment. You know, what do you have to share?
I would love to get rid of the flashes that are flashing 24/7. Either if my eyes are open or closed, I sleep with flashes. Everything flashes. It's too much psychedelic for me. I would love to get rid of that.
Wow.
That's good for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, and you know, some of those very specific needs are important to hear. Of course, we have those global kind of ideas of slowing progression, and we've heard why that can be so important, or stopping progression. But yeah, some of those very specific symptoms, you know, it's good to know that something that could help target that would be valuable as well.
I am too late in the process to wish for a stopping.
Yeah.
There is no, it's or the cure or take the flashes away. That's it.
And
thank you.
Thank you. And Pete, I of course want your perspective on this final question of the day.
I think everybody's covered a lot of what it is. I would like to see it stopped. I'd like to see reversed. I'm not looking for that, but I'd like to be it stopped. One of the things that we talk about, the fact that it's slowing the progression. I'd like to see a way to measure that better, to understand, is it really, how much is, you know, if I hadn't had it, my doctor said, well, if I hadn't had this, you'd have been legally blind in 5 years. With this, you might have a couple more years. I'd like to be able to measure that more. Another thing, and it's a different subject, but related, I'd like to see more public education. Louise talked about the fact that it's a growing fact. We saw it this morning, everything is growing so much, and yet nobody I really talk to understands what all of us here are going through. You know, I mentioned it to somebody, and the standard comment is, oh yeah, my 90-year-old grandmother had that. Oh, she was fine. And that's all I ever get about macular degeneration, and nobody knows what geographic atrophy is. Right. You're starting to see the one commercial that I think Apellis has put out with Henry Winkler, but beyond that, there is no public education whatsoever. Yeah. Fighting Foundation could definitely do a better job helping, and everybody else, helping to educate the public what we're going through.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Pete. And I want to thank you for that too. And, certainly that rings true with hearing examples of, using a white cane, not just to actually help, but to communicate to others when it's, so hard to get others to understand what you're going through. So, that's not lost on us. So we are out of time now, but for the patient input portion of today's meeting, I first just want to thank all of our Zoom panelists so much for all that you've contributed on this discussion of current and future treatments. I also want to just take a moment to thank the entire audience that has been with us throughout the day, participating in polling, calling in, writing in, and then both of our Zoom panels. It really has been an incredible day of having you all really tell us what it really is to live with dry AMD. We heard frustrations about misconceptions of this disease, and while at the same time you all are really struggling through your loss of identity and being isolated and losing independence, and it requires really being brave to being willing to open up and share those kinds of things with a audience that you can't even see out there in the world. And so really, as your meeting moderator, I want to personally thank you for opening up on that. And then in this afternoon session, while there's so many things that you're doing and everyone's adapting time and time again, and finding some things that help a little bit here and there. The overall message that I heard from you, at least as the moderator, was there's so much more help that you need, and having more information to make informed treatment decisions, even just sharing best practices to help navigating daily life, can be so valuable and helpful to you all. And again, it's just as we're about to move into the closing portions of today, I wanted to just pause and make sure that we acknowledged all that you've contributed. And I couldn't have done my job as the moderator today without all of you being so willing to share with us all of this throughout the program. So without further ado, then, we'll move into the end of today's program. Up next is we have some summary remarks. It would be impossible to truly summarize everything that we heard today, but we have the perfect person to at least get us started with that, and that's my friend and colleague Larry Bauer. So Larry, he's a nurse by background. He spent 17 years then at the NIH in clinical research. And then he went to the Food and Drug Administration for 10 years, where he co-founded the Rare Diseases Program and was working to help facilitate drug development in those types of conditions. And he has been a part of the planning team for this meeting, and truly a core member of the planning team. So without further ado, Larry, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. It's been a great day today, hearing everyone's stories. As James mentioned, I'm going to try to summarize what we heard today. I apologize in advance if there is any key point that you think was important that I'm not able to cover. But please know that this meeting will be summarized into a comprehensive report called the Voice of the Patient Report.
We asked if the mics are clear.
So so the meeting was opened by Dr. Todd Durham, who's the Senior Vice President of Clinical and Outcomes Research at the Foundation Fighting Blindness. This was followed then by a presentation from Tracy Gray, who's a patient engagement lead at the Center for Devices and Radiologic Health at the FDA. Ms. Gray shared that these meetings can help FDA review staff with identifying areas of unmet need and can help them to advise drug and device sponsors on their development programs. Next, we heard from Dr. Emily Chu, who is the director of the Division of Epidemiology and Clinical Applications at the National Eye Institute, NIH, and a dry AMD expert. She shared that dry AMD is categorized by early, intermediate, and late. And that's categorization is made by the size and amount of drusen in the eye, and this disease is typically progressive. Geographic atrophy is the loss of tissue in the eye and is diagnosed with color fundus autofluorescence. This geographic atrophy progresses more quickly when both eyes are affected. Some of the presenting symptoms of dry AMD are flashes and floaters, difficulty reading and driving, blurred vision, and decreasing vision. This condition accounts for about half of the blindness in the US, with 20 million people in the United States in 2019, with projections for huge increases in the future. And increasing age predicts more frequent disease, and there may be genetic factors, especially on chromosomes 1 and 10. Dr. Chu's presentation was followed by several panelists to talk about their experiences. We first heard from Rosanna, who is 61 years old and had first signs of dry AMD at age 45. She experienced flashing lights, visual distortions, and losing visual definition. She used to be a helicopter pilot and has trouble with travel, reading, and driving. She had a fairly quick progression to becoming legally blind, and she now has to ask for help at times and depends on her husband and friends for travel. Vision problems impact her basic things in life, even like brushing your teeth and seeing food on your plate, and she feels like she's on a journey of loss. Next, we heard from Sean, who's in his mid-40s and was discovered to have dry AMD at a routine optometry appointment. He has not started to have symptoms and is doing things to try and prevent the progression of dry AMD. He wears sunglasses and takes AREDS vitamins. He wants to maintain his active lifestyle as long as possible. He says that dry AMD is on his mind every day, and he worries about the future and about possibly losing his independence. Next, we heard from Gail, who's 73 years old and has advanced dry AMD in one eye and wet in the AMD in the other. Both eyes have lost vision to geographic atrophy. She worries that she is going to become more isolated, which is happening gradually. Her loss of vision, she says, equals loss of balance, and she's had falls. She misses the ability to do solo travel. Reading and writing have been incredibly important to her, and she has experienced sadness, some despair and anxiety, and feels at times like she has a much smaller life because of having dry AMD. Next, we heard from Tom, who's 74. He first had drusen in his eyes about 6 years ago. He experiences increased flashes and floaters. Reading and using the computer are challenging, especially in the morning. He sees a translucent gray area in one eye and acutely developed wet AMD in another eye. He worries about losing independence, and when he goes out to restaurants, he often reviews the menu online before going out. And then we heard from Ken, who's 73 years old and was diagnosed at age 50. Losing driving has had a big impact on his life. He used to help with home repairs, but no longer can do that. He can't watch TV and relies on public transportation. He still has peripheral vision, so can go outside for walks, but he has completely lost facial recognition. He worries about losing the ability to do some of the simple tasks that he can still do today. So overall, in the morning session, we heard that people experience flashes, visual distortions, difficulty seeing in low light, loss of central vision, and even hallucinations. Impacts on their lives could be about travel, driving, reading, movies, socializing, facial recognition, and the ability to socialize. People talked about gradually losing the driving and activities and independence, and this leads to loneliness, depression, and isolation. In the afternoon session, we shifted gears talking about treatments, and we first heard from Dr. David Boyer from the Retina Vitreous Associates Medical Group. He talked about AREDS 2 nutritional supplements that they can help reduce progression of dry AMD to wet AMD. He's talked about the benefits of the Mediterranean diet, low-fat diet, and not smoking, which all can help. And he mentioned how a high-fat diet actually increases risk. There are 2 FDA-approved products that are administered as eye injections to slow progression of geographic atrophy, but these may have side effects. And he said that there are many other strategies and treatments that are in development currently. We then heard from a panel in the afternoon. We heard from Tom, who's lost depth perception and has tried wearing glasses, but has fallen down the stairs when wearing glasses since they distort the depth perception. He tries to take notes, but sometimes then he can't read his own writing. He's getting intraocular injections to try and slow disease progression. And then we heard from Diane, who's 77 and first had symptoms in 2000. She wanted to participate in a clinical trial that involved sitting in front of a light source, but she had progressed too far to qualify for the trial. She received Syfovre eye injections and was surprised that they did not hurt, which we heard from numerous people. She worries that because of her age and disease progression, she will not be eligible for new treatments. Then we heard from David, who's 74 and was diagnosed 20 years ago. His progression has been slow, but he's affected by depression. He worries about becoming more dependent on his wife and others. He used AREDS vitamins for a while. He uses several forms of assistive devices such as audiobooks and dictation software. And then we heard from Patricia, who's 75 and was diagnosed in 2009. She started taking AREDS vitamins, eating leafy green and yellow and orange vegetables, and wearing sunglasses to try to slow the progression. She uses digital tools that help magnify words. She's terrified of eventually needing eye injections. She and her unaffected brother are participating in a sibling study for dry AMD, and to follow what are the differences between her that has it and him that, her brother does not, yet they share similar genetic background. And finally, in the afternoon, we heard from Rob, who's got dry AMD with geographic atrophy. He's had this for 11 years. He uses a magnifying glass and needs to get very close to the TV. He gets Syfovre injections, but he says it's too early to tell if they're helping him. He says that the injections are not difficult for him. However, he still wishes that there was a pill that he could take, an oral version of the medication. So overall, in the afternoon, we heard that even though there are several approved therapies, there continues to be a great unmet medical need for new treatments for dry AMD. People are often using magnifying devices and audio devices to help them. AREDS vitamins are used, and dietary changes were fairly commonly reported. Eye injections generally were described as less scary than anticipated. And people have different views about participating in clinical trials and new research protocols, depending upon the specifics of that trial. So thank you very much. And now to close the meeting, I'd like to turn it back over to Todd in the studio.
Thank you for the summary, Larry. This has been a full day of hearing personal stories and insightful perspectives to help us all better understand dry AMD and its impacts. Thank you to the FDA for giving us permission to hold this meeting, and to the staff who tuned in today, including Will Llewellyn and Lena Merzug from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff. They helped guide us through this process. Thank you to Ms. Tracy Gray from the FDA for sharing your perspective. Thank you, Dr. Emily Chu, for your excellent clinical overview, and Dr. David Boyer for your presentation on treatments for dry AMD. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for their help with the behind-the-scenes production, and to James Valentine and Larry Bauer from Hyman Phelps and McNamara. A special thanks to my entire Foundation Fighting Blindness team, including Chris Adams, Richard Fobian, Joan Fisher, Claire Gelfman, Peter Ginsberg, Rebecca Hoke, Leila Kinney, Cindy Smith, and Lauren Youngborg. All of these folks worked hard to make this meeting a success. Thank you to our supporters. This meeting would not have happened without you. But a huge thanks goes to you, people with dry AMD and their caregivers who shared your experiences, and to those of you who called in or wrote in giving your insights. This meeting couldn't achieve its goals without you. It takes great courage to share your experience with us. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all of the information from today, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on the Foundation's Dry AMD website. The form to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. A recording of today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting. Today's meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of dry AMD research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today.